a podium. Who gets to stand in front of a podium that often? I know. You were like, I do. I know. Trace, we're going to need the handhelds. Okay, I'm going to get started so we can try to stay on track. It's always hard. Hello, my name is Emily Martin. I'm an associate professor of music here at Bucknell. I'm also the faculty fellow for the Paraceli Gagnis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. If you don't know what that is, come find me and I will tell you what it is. But I'm so excited that I was asked to be a part of this incredible adventure with Aaron Jablonski, who is our incredible director and sort of the brainchild of all of this. So it's really exciting to be here today for something that we've never done before, but it looks like y'all are interested. Okay, so a few housekeeping items and then I will start. So if you could please silence your phones, at least while you're in here. Come on up. I asked Trace for the handheld, so. Thanks, Trace. Great. And so if somebody does want to use a handheld, you can just turn it on. So if you could please silence your phones while we're in here. Everything is being recorded, and we are also streaming it, but the recording will be available on the Paraceli Gagnis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation YouTube channel afterwards. So you're welcome to watch it again there, send other people there, or if you would like a clip of something, if you're speaking, please let us know. Also, if you are interested in bathrooms, there are 2 sets. So if you go, housekeeping, this is why I'm here. So you go up through the lobby where the coffee is, and then you go up the stairs, and the bathrooms are on your left and your right up there. There's also bathrooms on this ground floor. They're just directly behind the theater. So there's plenty of bathrooms in easy distance. Okay, so now housekeeping is done. Good morning and welcome to the Cultivating Entrepreneurial and Innovative Mindsets in Nonprofits in the Arts, hosted by the Paraceli Gagnis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Today brings together visionaries, practitioners, and change makers to explore a critical question. How do we build sustainable organizations that turn creative vision into meaningful social impact? Throughout this day, you'll hear from nonprofit founders, arts leaders, and social entrepreneurs who've navigated the challenges of bringing ideas to life. From governance and leadership to finding your path, our sessions will provide practical strategies and real-world insights. We're also honored to feature Steve Bass, former president and CEO of Oregon Public Media, whose 45 years in public media demonstrate how entrepreneurial thinking can transform mission-driven organizations. You'll also hear from Amy Sutton of Crossroads for Hope, whose innovative approaches are reshaping how we support people through health crises. This symposium wouldn't be possible without the collaboration between campus partners and our broader community. The conversations you'll have today over panels, lunch, and our downtown reception stand alongside the sessions we will have today. Whether you're considering starting a nonprofit, leading an arts organization, or simply exploring how entrepreneurial mindsets can amplify social good, today is about learning from each other and imagining what's possible. And so with that being said, I'd like to start by introducing our campus partners today, who you will see, oh, they were up there, who are actually on our program. So I'm gonna start with Melissa and Lynn. They'll introduce themselves and how they work in nonprofits and with the center.
Hi, everybody. I have never spoken this at the beginning of an event like this, so I feel very fancy. I'm also proud that I remembered my reading glasses as well. So I digress. Hi, my name is Lynn Pearson, for those I have not met, though I hope to meet. I serve as the director of the Center for Community Engaged Leadership, Learning, and Research here at Bucknell. I am joined every day with amazing colleagues like Dr. Melissa Ntondola, Sarah Farbo, Stacy Piazzu, Becky Rice, and Shelley Sholey. Only with their dedication and talent does our work make that possible with our community partners every day. So our particular work at the center interconnects 3 facets of community engagement. Community engaged leadership, so the co-curricular efforts, community engaged learning with the curriculum, and also research. Across these areas, we partner closely with our local organizations for a number of things. I don't want to go through all of them, but just sampling summer internships, student employment, volunteer and group engagement, community partner events, our food programs, and certainly our community engaged research grants. At the heart of all the work that we do, and I'm sure we'll hear this message today, is relationships. Relationships are grounded in the shared learning and a shared commitment to addressing community-identified priorities together. Not just Bucknell, not just our community partners, but we're doing that together. Before I give the microphone to Dr. Intandola, I did want to do a selfless plug that Bucknell was recently given the designation as Excellence in Community Engagement. So something we're very proud of. And that designation would not be possible without all of our work that is shared with our community partners in our local community. So it's really, again, about the relationships.
Lynn and I debated creating an interpretive dance as part of our remarks, but we decided we did not have that particular skill set. So here we are. Good morning. My name is Melissa Intandola. I am an associate professor of management and organizations in the Freeman College of Management. I've been serving as the faculty fellow for the Center for Leadership, Learning, and Research since fall 2024. Beginning in fall 2026, I will serve as the director for the center, faculty director. I don't want Lynn's job. In my position, I work closely with Sarah, associate director for the center, to support faculty who are currently teaching community-engaged or community-based courses, as well as helping faculty interested in incorporating community engagement into their classrooms. I also support the center in marketing and facilitating the community-engaged leadership minor, so see me later if you have any questions about that. Beginning this semester, I will help to co-lead the center's strategic planning process with a multitude of campus and community partners. Based on the feedback we will receive from Carnegie, we look forward to co-designing the next iteration of community-engaged leadership, learning, and research. As a faculty member, it's also worth noting that I co-teach Management 101 each year. Some of you in the room may be familiar with Management 101, may have been a partner of 101. Often described as a Bucknell signature experience, this course partners students with area nonprofits to co-design service projects with long-term impact. So recent numbers indicate that since fall 1979, 363 Management 101 companies have provided services and donations valued in excess of $660,000 and worked about 118,000 person hours for their service partners. And as Lynn said, that is possible because of the work of the center and the relationships that we develop with our community partners. So happy to be here today, and you'll excuse me because I have to run off to teach, so I apologize. But I hope you have an incredible day.
Thanks so much, Emily and Aaron, for having us here. Thanks to everybody on the stage here, too. I'm Joe Scapolato. I teach in the creative writing program here on campus, the English department. But I'm also the director of the Stadler Center for Poetry and Literary Arts, which is an arts programming organization, a literary arts organization, as well as the director of the arts on campus, which is a fancy, big-sounding title if you care about the arts. But all that it really means is that I'm responsible for the Bucknell Arts Council, which is a body of faculty that tries to improve the arts environment on campus for students, faculty, and staff. And we have some programming. So I prepared some remarks here about the question before us, which is how do you create meaningful student experiences? So I have 3 suggestions. The first thing that you need to do is to ask the question, how do you create meaningful student experiences to your staff and to yourself? And I mean really ask the question. Ask the question in a way that makes you and your staff question some and or all of the things that your arts organization is currently offering / has been offering for some time, meaning the money and the programming. Are all of those things that you're offering really, truly creating meaningful student experiences? Or are you offering some of those things simply because you've been offering them that way for some time? Or because your predecessor was offering them that way? Or maybe it's that the things you're offering used to be creating meaningful student experiences. Is that still true? If that's no longer true, it might not mean that you need to blow everything up. What adjustments, updates, or changes can you make to nudge the things you're doing back into the right student-centered direction. The second thing that you need to do is to, again, ask the question, but ask it like this. What is a meaningful experience for your students? What do you and your staff members really, truly think is a meaningful experience for your students? Yes, but also, what do the students really, truly think is a meaningful student experience? Also, what is a meaningful experience for your students in this place, in this time, in the communities to which you and your students belong? And don't have an answer in mind before you ask. And don't bend the answers that you receive to the answer that you have in mind. Ask and listen to the answers. And the third thing that you need to do is to make sure that what you decide to offer, whether it's money or programming, whether it's what you're already doing or what you're going to do differently or what you're now going to do for the first time, is really truly aligned with what you and your staff have learned from all of your asking and all of your listening with respect to the question of what a meaningful student experience really, truly is here and now. In other words, you direct your money somewhere. What does that direction say about what you value? In other words, you offer certain programs with certain people at certain times. What do those offerings say about what you value? Be honest. Do good in this place and in this time. Thank you.
It's rare that people in the visual arts get to perform, so I really want to do a dramatic reading here.
Yeah, Rick.
I'm Rick Reinhardt. I'm director of the Samick Art Museum on campus, and speaking following my colleagues, I'll give just a couple of remarks about how the museum engages students at Bucknell. Besides the sort of usual ways in which you might well imagine that we engage students, I want to tell you about two lesser-known ways in which we engage them. One is that we reach out to faculty across campus every year and engage about 100 class visits to the museum, where classes from across campus and all three colleges are bringing their classes to the museum. Many of those class visits visit our collection study room, where students are studying, they're looking at history or political science or even physics through the lens of the artifacts in our collection, which is just another way of saying that they are utilizing primary source material in their research. And as we all know, that is a hallmark of advanced scholarship. And so I like to think one of the things that we're doing for students at Bucknell is we're kind of giving them a leg up ahead of grad school, where that will be expected, or a leg up in any kind of research that they might do in any field. To mention the second way in which we engage students, sort of behind the scenes, I have to back up a little bit and sort of lay the groundwork. As you probably know, in educational theory, there are two sort of main types of education: formal education and informal education. Formal education being the kind that we're very familiar with at a college, so it's structured, there's lesson plans, designated meeting times, you're evaluated on your learning, it's all very structured. And then there is informal education, which is the realm of the autodidact. It's self-paced, self-determined, self-initiated. It's where you elect to go to the library, go to the museum, and sort of teach yourself in spaces that hopefully aid that teaching. Excuse me. So, students coming to Bucknell are sort of nearing the end of the phase of their life where they're devoted to formal education, right? It's been their whole life up till now for most students. You start some in kindergarten and then on up to higher education. And at higher education, you're kind of winding it down. So I like to think that part of what we're doing at the museum too, in sort of inculcating students in the informal mode of lifelong learning, is passing the baton. We're telling the students, okay, you're nearing the end of this phase of education. Let's help prepare you for what hopefully will be the next phase of your self-education, which will take up the remainder and, in fact, the bulk of your life. And so those, along with other ways, are ways that sort of behind the scenes, I think that we serve and engage the students at Bucknell. And I've left some brochures in your hands. Hopefully they've made their way around the room, and I think that will sort of illustrate, the more expected ways in which we engage students too. And of course, not only students, all of you. I hope you all have a break today and you can stop by the museum and see what we're up to. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your comments. It's really important. I think this, as you probably understand, these sort of 2 minutes or 3 minutes that they gave comments only scratches the surface of how all of these people serve our students, and we're so grateful for the work that you do. I want to make sure everybody has time to just get a cup of coffee and a bathroom break. But before we do that, are there any questions for any of these people that you might have about their work that they do? Is Catherine going to speak to arts leadership, or were you going to speak to it? Okay, great. There was something else we wanted to speak to, so I just wanted to double check. Are there any questions you have for what they do, or how maybe you could be involved as community partners with some of these things? It's okay if there isn't. Just thought I'd ask. Okay. All right, well, we got to get Melissa to class. So we're going to say thank you so much for that. Let's take about 8 minutes to get bathroom, coffee, whatever you need to do, and we'll make it back here for our 10 o'clock session. Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, I love Hello. We're going to start again, so if you could take your seat. Don't you love I have two mics here for some reason? I had to hold this one next to this one. Okay, great. So if our guests could come on up, it sounds like come on down for The Price is Right. So we're going to start this conversation. This is a pass-around mic for everybody, so I'll let you hold it, Laura. Yeah, that's perfect. It's a bit of a, we have more guests later on, so that's why we have more chairs, so I apologize. So thank you, everybody, for coming to this session. So this session is entitled Leadership in Arts Organizations. As some of you know, this is the thing that I'm most passionate about, and I'm so excited that we have three people here with us today that have so much experience and have so much knowledge to share with us. So for me, just to introduce them really, really briefly, and then I will pass the mic for them to give themselves a little bit more of an introduction. We have Margaret Graham here, who is an alumni from @09. Sorry, is it okay if I say the years? I know that's always like, okay. She's an alumni. All right, exactly. She's program director at Voices in Contemporary Art in Brooklyn, right? New York, ish. Yeah, okay. And then we have Laura Knorr, who some of you might know, but we're so excited to have her talk with us. She's the executive director at the Campus Theater. And we have Emily Yoder Reed, who I also spoke with yesterday, and she spoke with my students, who is 06 alumni, Vice President of Donor Relations and Partnerships at Handel and Haydn Society in Boston. The oldest, I just learned yesterday, the oldest continuously performing arts organization in the entire country. So I think there might be a little bit of knowledge there. So we're excited about that. So I am going to pass the mic for each of them, or they're going to pass the mic for each of them to introduce themselves, their bio, who they are, just a little bit more. And I also want each of them to add one arts leadership principle that matters to you, something you focus on when thinking about the arts and how you lead the organizations that you do. Okay, Laura, would you like to start?
Well, hello, everyone. I'm certainly honored to be here. And as I am at the Campus Theater in downtown Lewisburg, it has been, certainly for myself, it's quite it's a dream job, to be honest with you. I originally ran a nonprofit single-screen historic theater in Berwick, Pennsylvania, and then I had the opportunity to take this position. I've been with the Campus Theater for 2 years. I actually have a degree, a BFA in illustration, so I think that I would be an example of someone who did not necessarily plan on being a leader of a nonprofit, but certainly I think that being an artist really helps me to have the opportunity to share my love of the arts, and to also, it guides me. It really helps me a lot to, I'm so nervous, I'm so sorry. And so I just, I feel very fortunate to be here in Lewisburg and to be able, the theater has been there since, was built in 1941. We're actually celebrating our 85th anniversary this year, which is very exciting. And we also, we have a partnership with Bucknell University. And I think from the panel earlier, that's a wonderful example of community engagement, of the way that we can connect with students and with the community, and we certainly enjoy and appreciate that relationship.
Wait. One arts
I'm
leadership
sorry.
principle. No, it's okay. Don't worry, I'm nervous too. One arts
Okay,
leadership. Yes, seriously. One arts leadership principle that matters to you, something you focus on when thinking about the arts and how you lead your organization.
I feel that passion for the arts should not be replacement for I'm sorry. Thank you. Yes, see, I'm glad that they're here, yes.
So say that out loud.
I do, yes.
So everybody can hear you.
It's not, passion is not a substitute for funding.
Yes.
And I think that is something, and I believe that when you're at a smaller nonprofit, and someone that maybe did not plan on running a nonprofit, that is something that you think, oh, I'm just going to, my love for the arts and my love for this theater is going to be able to take care of everything. And in reality, we all know that operations alone are, it's hard to sustain. It's very, very important, and it's a lot of work. You have to be careful about burning out, and also being kind to yourself. and not and realizing that this is not a sole responsibility, and that my mentors and the people throughout all of this experience have been so important to me and that have guided me, and that it's very important to lean into that and keep building those relationships.
Excellent. You did really good, Laura.
And I think at various points today, I will probably echo a lot of those sentiments, as I'm sure we all will. Hi, everybody. I'm Margaret Graham, and as Emily said, I am the program director of a nonprofit organization called Voices in Contemporary Art, or VOCA. We are a small but mighty organization that really focuses on generating interdisciplinary programming and dialogue around the production, presentation, and preservation of contemporary art. And the organization was founded by art conservators, but we are a network of artists and arts professionals from all departments, fields, specialties, walks of life, who really see the need for creative platforms to come together and document and preserve, as we often say, the artist's words alongside their work. Their stories are really valuable and important, and so we really look to documenting that as the core of our mission. We do this through educational workshops, artist interviews, publications, and deep research projects. And what I focus on when thinking about leadership in the arts is something that we call VOCA's golden rule, which is listen to artists. Like, really listen to them. Listen to the makers, listen to the creatives, because they are some of the most brilliant people on the planet. Listen to what they say, listen to how they say it, listen to what they don't say. And I think especially in this particular historical moment, the voices that we uplift, so artists, stewards of culture, the communities that they serve, are the voices that really need to be heard. So at VOCA, I've been doing this work for almost 15 years now, one thoughtful program and one deep relationship at a time. And it's something that I've been really grateful to be able to see actual impact and feel very proud of being able to do. So thank you for having me here today.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Reed, and it's wonderful to be back on campus for this. Thank you, Emily, for the invitation to be here. I've spent most of my career since leaving Bucknell at Handel and Haydn Society in Boston. I actually came to Bucknell imagining a career in arts administration. I told the students yesterday, I remember receiving a postcard and being at my desk in my bedroom, and it had listed on the degree programs music management. And I was like, oh, people do that? that is something. And of course, I had been around people that do this my whole growing up. Had grown up in a musical family and done all sorts of arts things. But really, it was that postcard that said to me, oh, this might be where I'm headed. And so I came to Bucknell, and I did degrees in music and in management. Had some great internships throughout my time here, and then went to Boston to do my graduate work in arts administration at Boston University. And had a friend in a class there who told me that I should really apply to this job at H&H, and I started as development assistant, and now am the vice president for donor relations and partnerships. So I was in fundraising for individual giving and events for about 6 years. Then we celebrated our bicentennial in 2015. And then for about 5 years, I oversaw all of the planning and preparation for that, the many things that we did to celebrate that moment for H&H and for America, and then shifted into leading our learning programs for 8 years, and then recently back on revenue generating side. So Handel and Haydn, our mission is to inspire the intellect, touch the heart, elevate the soul, and connect all of us with our shared humanity through Baroque and classical music. We do that primarily through performances with our period instrument orchestra and chorus at Symphony Hall and at Jordan Hall, Sanders Theater, other venues in Boston. We also have an extensive learning program. We have 8 youth choirs that sing together every Saturday, drawing students from throughout the Boston area and New England, really, and partnerships with Boston and other area elementary, high schools. So there's all sorts of things going on all the time, and I think certainly one of the leadership principles that I carry with me is continuous learning. both for myself as well as for the organization and the programs that we do. I really want to always encourage my team to be doing things that helps them to grow, and to really look at what we're doing, what the impact is, what's working well, what can we learn from what we're doing to meet our mission in an even stronger way.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to cut right to the chase. As most of us know, the arts right now are not doing so hot. They haven't been doing hot for a while, but we got a big hatchet recently, right, to the arts. And it is really frustrating, I think, for all of us who are in the arts, but we also know there's a reason, because the arts say a lot and can be incredibly strong when it comes to passion and what they're trying to say. So I'm going to cut right to the chase and say, what problem in the arts ecosystem keeps you up at night right now? But also what gives you hope. So let's do the first part, which is what keeps you up, and then we'll go to the hope.
Yes, we were just talking about this before, and I was like, are you sure you want to dive in right
I
there?
do.
'Cause there's a laundry list of things.
You
But
don't
yes,
know me
no.
well enough to know I'm right, cut to the chase.
Well, as you said, arts and culture are absolutely under attack by our current administration, and I think for anybody in this sector right now, the loss of funding and government support is terrifying and frustrating, and something we're really actually only starting to see the real impact of. We don't know how the sector is going to shift long term. We don't know how many vital but underfunded smaller organizations, mid-sized museums, regional centers are going to have to close because of this, and how many important projects and voices will be buried because they don't align with the current administration's political agenda. And it's been harrowing to witness. I think I can speak, I don't know you both very well, but I think all of us feel this very, very deeply and very much at the surface all the time. But to the flip side of that, for me, what gives me hope, I often think about a quote from the late great artist Lorraine O'Grady, who said, "The struggle is the source of joy." And so for me, at the end of the day, it's the work. It's the people. We're really part of a continuum, and we're in it together. I think we'll hear this a lot today, that so much of what we do is deeply embedded in relationships and in partnerships. And this is not the first time that the arts have been under attack, nor will it be the last. So I think we can take a little bit of heart in that and know that we've always made it through in the end, that the arts always survive. And at least for me, preserving the ideas and voices and stories of artists and stewards of culture feels kind of like being part of the resistance. So we really rely on each other and kind of keep doing the good work as best we can in spite of everything. So.
And I agree that the fragility of the arts, and you feel as though, and this is an ongoing, whether it's at this current climate, and even before that, I know from the theater perspective, streaming, the way things are changing with the studios, that you can pick up your phone and watch a movie on that, but there is nothing that is equivalent of the movie theater experience. And I think that especially at this time, that seeing people supporting the arts when they are threatened, and that there has just been this force that has come forward, and that gives you comfort and that strength to know that, like you said, that this has happened before, it will happen again, and we will get through it just as we did before.
Yeah, I was joking. I was like, all the emails keep me up at night. And there's so many emails. So there's the larger picture and then the day-to-day too, which I think speaks to the whole, something that can be really prevalent in the work that we do, which is the doing more with less. And I think this is a moment, of course, where we're looking at what is essential in order to fulfill our mission, and part of the need for continuous learning around that is to ensure that we are doing the right amount of what needs to be doing, and absolutely the art is what keeps it all going, right? For me, the music, right now, stepping into the concert, being in community with people, seeing the relationships that develop, and also being heartened to know that there's always new impact happening, and how that changes people.
You handled that really well. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's get into the nitty gritty. So I'm just going to give a really basic overview. If some of you don't know this, I don't know if this is true with nonprofits outside of the arts, but in the arts, usually there's a funding model of 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And Emily and I talked about this the other day, right? So 1/3 subscriptions, 1/3 grants, and 1/3 donations. And so that model is not very strong right now, right? We're having a lot of issues with that. So I want to ask our three guests, how do you balance mission integrity with the pressure to diversify revenue streams? That model's not going to work, so how are you diversifying but also balancing their mission?
I know from the theater's perspective, we are trying to collaborate in building relationships more. And, because at this time, you look at what are we facing, and then and again, our relationship with Bucknell. I mean, for those that may not realize that Bucknell University owns the campus theater building, and the nonprofit is responsible for everything that happens inside the building, all the finances, the staffing, work with the studios, so on and so forth. And at times that can be, because people think, oh, it's Bucknell's theater, and so as a nonprofit, we have to really make a point to let people know, no, that as the nonprofit side, that, where, and fortunately people are seeing that, and they're supporting with our membership and so on and so forth. But I know that we like to be able to collaborate with other smaller nonprofits, and also, we have the work study with Bucknell that comes in. And so building those relationships, continuing that, I think really helps, and having diverse programming. I think you shift as you go along. You say, okay, we're going to try this. How can we make this interesting? How, as a theater, can we do something that's special? Because there's a lot of other places that you can go to, the local regular theater chains. You can make those choices, that you can decide to hear music and performance arts in many different places. And it's not a competition. It really is like, how can we as the campus theater be a unique and special experience? And then you try things, and sometimes you're like, that didn't work as well as we thought it would. Maybe we'll try it again. It might work the second time. It takes a while. But then other times, you find that, you just have to be willing to kind of shift around, move around, and keep your creativity, because sometimes due to the financial aspects, you become focused on that, and you have to remember that's not our mission. Our mission is to continue to bring creativity, film, a very diverse range of film to the community, and continue the campus theater to grow.
So you have to be
And sustain.
entrepreneurial? Is
You
that what
really,
you're saying?
yes, you really do. I mean,
bring
and
it
that's
back.
on a daily basis. Like you think, okay, once we get through this, it's gonna, and then you realize, no, you have to always be thinking of ways that, you can collaborate, things that you can add, that, that you can keep that balance, and yeah.
Just going to say, so much of that resonates with me as well. Handel and Haydn, we don't have the same pressure that some organizations do. If you like own your space, right? There's constantly a question of like, what else can we do in this space? Who else can be in this space? How do we maximize our building? We don't own a building for performance, but the questions about what can we uniquely do. Certainly, like what is something that only this place can do, or that we can do within this ecosystem, and relationship is huge. I mean, I think when I think about diversifying revenue streams, so much of it for us is like, who else can we meet? How else can Handel and Haydn matter in the community, and what can we do? So we do a lot of partnership with other arts organizations, with other nonprofits, or we're doing a session later this month, just a conversation at the Boston Public Library with leaders in music for healing, right? And so that's giving us an opportunity to collaborate with some of the major hospital systems. Obviously, Boston's a huge hub for that. And so thinking about where else can H&H be, how else can we connect, and can our work be relevant, and to helping us meet new people and to talk with funders differently.
Yeah, I think echoing the partnership thing again. But as Emily's saying, I think for us, my organization's a little bit different in that we don't do the subscription element at all. We are largely grant funded, and we have some incredibly generous individual donors. But all of our programming and being part of the network is completely free. So access and accessibility is actually a big part of our mission. So we kind of removed that part altogether, which has, of course, its own challenges. But we're, like any organization, like we're quite unique, and like we're very niche, so we're only really able to find support in people who actually care about what we do, which is a boon and a bane sometimes, but it means that the partnerships are all that more important. So really finding organizations that we're proud to be in community with, and that we can look at what they do and work smarter, not harder, and say, how can what we're already doing and really good at help amplify your mission and reach your communities, and thinking about very strategic partnerships, and not just like it's great to have that funding coming in, but really how can we actually amplify what we're doing together.
Because it sounds like that partnership then will be around for a while if you're very careful about what that partnership looks like. Yeah,
long term.
Yeah, good for you for not having, I mean, it's wonderful that you're so accessible, but it is hard when you now only have, one fund, you have grants and donors,
Oh,
right?
yes,
So
we
you
have a number of, in terms of diversifying,
Yeah.
yes, we have government grants, but also state and federal, but we're largely funded by the Mellon Foundation.
Okay,
And then private individual donors.
Good.
So lots of giving, but also, I'll talk about this a little bit later, but a couple of years ago, along with the Mellon funding that we received, we were offered training in organizational financial health, and gave an incredible amount of information for us to understand what we needed to do, and thinking about building our cash reserve, and putting money in a CD, and things that you can actually do as a nonprofit to think doing forward funding, not just program to program, but as you were saying, really deep long term. But I'm sure I'll talk about that more.
No, I think let's go on that route. So I think that's really important, because I think a lot of people don't understand that, again, as my friend Steve Bass, who will be speaking later, has pointed out, nonprofit is just a tax status, right? It's just a tax. You have to do all of the other things. So it's really valuable that you have that. Does anybody else want to speak to some of these other sort of business acumen that needs to be used in nonprofits?
Well, in addition to cash reserve, which is amazing, shifting the thinking around what we're doing and how we monetize that, right? So looking at the real cost, right? If we're doing a free concert, we're going to do a free concert, but it has to have funding for it. We have to have funding for it. We need to look at the total cost. So if we have artists that are doing a small performance, right? There's the direct costs for those musicians, and their benefits and all those things, but they can't do that without all of the infrastructure that's supporting it. So certainly one of the shifts that we've made over the last few years is really looking at what's the overhead that's going into these things. We can't do programming without there being a development staff, or without there being somebody to do payroll, and all of the larger infrastructure, and really thinking about that total cost as we are making decisions about what we're working on.
Absolutely jump on that, because that was going to be my next point. I think the main shift, besides operating reserve for us, was that idea of being able to calculate and articulate the full actual cost of any programming that we're doing, and being able to write out that budget, and then being able to ask for it and showing why. And being able to do that helps you so that you don't spread yourselves too thin, because once again, back to that commentary about doing it for love of the arts, or do it for the passion, that doesn't cover burnout. That doesn't actually help in the long run. And I think when you know your worth, and you know how to ask for it and advocate for it, it means that you can not only articulate that to your funders, but also strategically decline partnerships that are going to drain your resources and your reserves, rather than uplifting your programming and your community. And so sometimes you have to say no, and that's really hard, but knowing your own worth allows you to do that, and then to really turn back and invest in the long-term relationships and partnerships, rather than quick fixes, to be able to sustain that programming. And I think for us, that was a huge learning curve, and a very important one.
And I agree. And it's interesting, because when I was hearing about where you were coming from, and I thought the way that we represent different kinds of nonprofits in the arts, and size and budgets, But in reality, though, we all still have the same issues and struggles. And so it's almost kind of makes you feel like, oh, okay, it's a little comforting, but but also I think it's that mission drift, and that you do have to be careful because, again, you're like, oh, this is what we want to do, this is our mission, this is what we want to bring to our community, and then you realize, really, we need to maybe make smart choices. And you're right, sometimes it's hard to say no, but really you have to really look at the big picture and that sustainability. And I know for us, I have an amazing team. I mean, our members and our volunteers, I mean, we're so fortunate to have them. But you have to be so careful that not only that you don't burn out yourself, but also everyone else, because you want to be able to continue to bring that kind of programming, and because it's that we're really on a great roll, but at some point you have to make sure that you can keep that ball rolling on and for years and years, and continue that growth.
I just want to say, when you say we're all in it together, as somebody who actually works a lot with individual artists, it's exactly the same, right? So we call it what is in your hour. So if you're going to teach an hour lesson, what is in your hour to teach that lesson, right? It is not just to stand up and teach that lesson. It's the transportation to get there. It's the music that you buy. And so this value of artists and realizing, and understanding how there's so much more to it than just that one exchange of art. And so I think, the more I found that we don't teach our students these things, our art students at least, these things, that you're not just selling your piece of art that you've made, right? You're selling all the years in the practice room, right? All the years on the cutting room floor, all of those things. And so I would ask people who do deal with students in the arts, who are working with them, to think more along the lines of, it's not just your passion that you're selling, right? We don't pay I'm on the soapbox. We don't pay our artists enough. And we would never have this conversation around other careers, right? You'd never say, we don't pay our lawyers enough, right? And so we really need to think about that. So thank you for letting me have that moment. But it's so wonderful to see both, in this and how we can bring it to our individuals. So with that being said, what advice would you give emerging leaders who want to stay in the arts long term?
I think it's important.
I know.
Yeah, I know. First of all, that it's okay to learn while you're working, right? Learn on the job, all right? So, I mean, that actually the last 7 to 9 years has been every day that there's those moments of those aha moments, the oh moments, and, and also leaning on those that are also in the business. That's what's so wonderful about something like this, is that you have the opportunity, you're like, oh, you understand, we're all in that same place, and that when you're working those day in and day out with your organization, you're very much in your space, and, we need to have more of these moments. We do, because not only because of the knowledge and the learning that we can get from one another, but also that support. Mm-hmm. Because, and you need to be kind to yourself. I mean, and you really want to, it might seem like a cliche, but the fact is that we tend to be like, oh no, we need to make sure that we're hitting all the marks, right? And that we're this is such an important cause for us, and that it's okay to realize that you cannot do it all. And I think, that might be someone's nature anyway, but then when it has to with you're an artist, or when it's for the love of an organization, it's easy to forget that too.
Agree, totally. Absolutely, all of that. I think faking it till you make it is real. I think all of us have definitely figured that one out on the fly. And going back to Emily's point about perpetual learning, absolutely always being open to learning new things. And kind of in tandem with that, for me, how I would answer the question is saying, the leadership skill that I think is most critical is, and this applies not just to the arts, but just leadership in general, is be clear about your mission and who you seek to serve. Get it down to its most essential, basic points, and be able to define it and describe it clearly. Because clarity on those two things, being able to articulate and demonstrate them in word and in action, are the only thing that are going to bring people along with you. And that's the whole point of leadership, is being able to lead and bring others along. And for my organization, for VOCA, that really does mean, as we said, relationship building, like real, genuine human connection. Prioritizing quality over quantity of programs, so not just trying to put out as much as you possibly can. And I think in the arts, this is really hard for arts, like turnover, events. Everybody wants to see numbers, numbers, numbers. It's like the higher the better, which is so not true. So really prioritizing quality, returning to places and spaces and communities, so like sustained relationships, going back, not just doing like a drop-in one and done. That's really big for us. And listening. So even though we're very rooted in our mission, one of the things that's really important, and I think that has led to VOCA's success at this point, is being flexible to adjust what being rooted in our mission might look like. And going back to what Joe was saying earlier, it's about not just inviting new ideas, but welcoming them. Asking for feedback, having evaluation, doing temperature checks with your community, like actually listening, and enfolding that into what you do, like really listening, taking it to heart, and adapting. So not only being open to it, but actually listening to feedback and to critique and leaving room for failure, because sometimes it's not going to work, but
Yes,
needing to be
failure.
needing to be okay with that. Like, it's a long, hard lesson to learn, but I think if you want to think about resilience and leadership, like that to me is, you need to be able to adjust, to always be open to how we can do this better, and how can we do things differently, and invite more voices to the table.
I think to me, the most essential answer to that question is make sure you are working someplace where you can be your full self, and that that you can, in your cultural identity, in the other things that are true for you and what you want in your life, make sure that matches with the work that you're doing. I have young kids, and that's very important to me that I work someplace where I can be present for all of their things and do all my responsibilities for my work. And I think, and then fostering as a leader, as a manager, as someone that is working to create that space for my team too, really getting to know everyone, right? And like we keep saying this, relationship comes first, right? And like fostering that kind of culture in the workplace where everyone can be their full selves, where everyone's voice matters and has influence, and that we talk about the need for diversity around the table and for decision making, and that's in so many different forms. And so I think that those are essential for long-term sustainability.
I have a few more questions, which I will be asking, but does anybody have any questions for anybody here? Or any thoughts? Yeah.
So my question is about fostering relationships, as you talked about, but in particular, how you foster relationships with political figures, government figures. I'm assuming this is very important, given that there are representatives voting on policies. I know it's an additional part of what your work already requires, but I'm wondering how much of your work you spend on that, and in what forms.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that question first. So I'm in Boston. We have a arts forward mayor, which is awesome, and a strong office of arts and culture in the city that we're constantly working with. And so certainly developing relationship with Mayor Wu and her team has been amazing. And I think that being in a space where there's also consortiums of, there's convenings, there's gatherings of other organizations, of both within the arts and other, parts of the city. That's certainly, being sure that we have members of the team that are showing up to build that relationship, so that, like one of the city's initiatives under Mayor Wu has been Boston Family Days, which has been an amazing opportunity for the major cultural organizations in the city to really be able to meaningfully connect with students and families to give access to our programming. And because we'd already begun that important relationship development, Handel and Haydn has been part of the early phases of being a part of that program, right? And in terms of state funding, we this year had received a state earmark for the first time, which is there's it's a whole complicated world about whether earmarks should exist. They do, so we pursue that as funding stream, and that was a good example of learning for me in terms of how to make that happen. And it honestly was the sort of thing where it's like, oh, it is another example of just go and ask, right? Know your story and go and ask. So that's certainly been an area of growth for us, and getting to know our representatives and building that relationship, because I think more and more as organizations, it matters so much how we know our neighbors and what we're doing locally. Even though I work for an organization that is seen as one of the leaders in our field in the country, what really matters is, in terms of our long-term sustainability, is whether the person across the street cares, right? And if they're going to be engaged, and what the story is for our institution where we are locally.
Not so much for politicians in particular, but definitely for political bodies, because my organization, we do receive grant funding from like the Department of Cultural Affairs and the New York State Council on the Arts. So staying connected to those bodies and the people who are our connectors there, bringing them into our events is huge, so that they can see actually the impact of where their money is going. But really for what I would say to you in response to your question is that I think, especially when it comes to politics and policy, money is the language that you can speak to kind of across the board for everybody. And I often have to remind people and detractors of the arts who say it's not, like, why are we spending money on this? Yes, art and expression are vital, a huge part of the human experience, but, and it's not very sexy to say this, but they also drive the economy. Like, my organization, for example, directly supports artists and arts institutions, but I would say probably 60 to 75% of any of the funding that we get goes to other sectors and industries. Travel, hospitality, hotels, food and service industry, custodial services, graphic design, shipping, Zoom and communications platforms. Like, we're actually paying it forward, and the money is not really just staying with us. It's about trusting our organization to then support others. And so supporting our small corner of the arts ecosystem actually really supports so many others. And when funding is lost, it doesn't just hurt us, it actually hurts the larger economy. And I think if that's a point that you can drive home, especially with politicians, a lot of times that can be really, really helpful to point out.
I agree. I think also, the campus theater is like the hub of the downtown. I mean, it's the gem.
Well, we have our mayor here, I believe.
Yes, she is here. Yes, and she is a great supporter of
Arts
the campus.
forward mayor as well.
And so I feel that the theater is really a driving force also to help to bring tourism to the downtown and support, which in turn has that effect for businesses and growth. We have a film festival coming up in 2 weeks, and part of the intentions of that is to again bring people in from out of the area to see what a wonderful downtown we have, and the area in general. This is central Pennsylvania. It's not just about Lewisburg, but we just happen to be in the middle of it. So I just feel that it's so important to stay connected. And again, when I was talking about, you have so many things every day that you're focusing on, that you're taking care of, like within those walls of your organization, that you have to make sure that you make a point to step out of that, to stay connected, and to build those relationships with the borough, with the LDP, and on a state level, because our funding, we receive state grants and some federal grants as well, and it's important to meet with people and realize the availability, because you might be missing out on opportunities, and there's nothing more frustrating than that when you realize you missed it. So
Also that there's a face right behind the name, behind the story.
Correct.
And all those things. And this is a good time to shout out Steve Stumbus is in the room. SBDC, is he here? Oh, he was. The Creative Accelerator Program for the state of Pennsylvania is a wonderful grant right now that's being offered. So if you want to talk to him a little bit more about that, I think that's a great opportunity. Any other questions before I ask a few more? Okay, so I just have a few more, and then we will open it up one more time. The next one I have is, what is the most meaningful shift you've made to improve your organization's financial resilience? We already talked a little bit about this, getting the education, but is there something else that you can kind of pinpoint? And if there's not, that's okay too. But, well, yeah, exactly. There's so many examples.
I would say that our programming, it's interesting because as a movie theater, something that has, I think, gone across nationally and internationally is that the feeling that because of the shift and change in film, that a theater needs to become a performing arts center. And, I think at times you have to realize that our strength is film, and we do have the opportunity to branch out. We're looking into, delving into a little bit of live theater, having musicians and so on and so forth, but also realizing you do not have to let go of, just because of the waves of change, that, what we're best at and what makes us unique and special, that, you don't want to let go of that. So I'd say that finding ways to have different programming, building that programming, and being creative and taking risk, which is, it's really when you have a budget that can be a little scary. You're like, I don't know, but really, how are you ever going to find out what's working and what is going to potentially take you in a completely new direction? You
need people inside the building, right?
You
So
do,
if something here that you
absolutely,
didn't think of brings them
absolutely.
in. Yeah.
And I know one thing is that what I like what you said about keeping your creative identity as a leader and as an organization, because that's why we're here in the first place. And that administrative part of it can really take you in a direction that you're I think for students especially, when I was in art school, I wasn't thinking, I just wanted to make art. I wasn't thinking about all the business aspect of it, and that's really just such a huge part that you need to be aware of, so.
I was going to give another example, definitely considering the whole cost of programming. That's my number one. But another thing that we've focused on is legacy giving, right? So like within the world of philanthropy, and that this was certainly not something that an organization of our size was spending time talking about, but we are, in the midst of just like looking at, where wealth is in our society and what's happening, that being a part of those conversations, planning conversations now with people really matters for our future. And we're in campaign, of course. So that's been an important part of our campaign is having conversations with people about how they can continue to give to an organization that they've loved so much, that has been part of their life. And it's certainly true for many of our largest donors, of course, that they can continue to make significant gifts to H&H in the future in that way, but also for individuals, for many people, the largest gift that they can make to your institution is through a bequest, right? That they can make modest cash gifts in their lifetime and then make a meaningful, significant gift through bequests. So we've added that capacity onto our team, and it's been amazing for relationship development with people. Generally, we see if people start making that kind of planning, their involvement with your institution during their lifetime increases as well. But certainly in terms of what it means for our future trajectory. I'm part of an organization that's been around for more than 200 years. We're not in a position to say like we're not going to exist, right? I think it's really exciting to work somewhere that has, of course, it's not been a professional organization in the same way it is now for 200 years, right? And so we're really about creating what it is now and ensuring that it will have a future. So as much as like the day-to-day moment, the budget is still challenging every day, right? It is still a challenge every day, but building that future planned giving has certainly been like one of the newer fundraising strategies in our mix that we've given attention to.
Oh, okay, wonderful. So this is interesting because I do have one more question, but I'm curious about the legacy because I actually have talked to a number of arts organizations who have added that as well. Now, are realizing that's sort of another revenue stream, right, that can come. And I always sort of think, though, about the cultivation of the audience that will eventually be those legacy donors, right? And so how do any of you in your organization sort of view that circle, view that cultivation of the audience, and making sure they're really, but making sure they're long-term, so maybe they will become that legacy donor?
Yeah. I don't think we have the golden answer to that question, but that I think certainly the way that we experience an organization like an orchestra and chorus is different, right? I was saying to students yesterday that even when I started at H&H almost 20 years ago, the model was different. People bought subscriptions for the whole season. They bought the whole thing, kind of regardless of what the programming was or even what was happening. It's like I'm a full season subscriber, and that is not how things work anymore. People don't have the same I go to that every Friday night. I'm at a performance, and I bring my whole family. That's just not how things work. So we are working on both a number of areas, right? So we have key collaborations with. We have a lot of universities in Boston, key collaborations with university partners around bringing students in and creating space of belonging for young people. We have a specific program for early career individuals and really making spaces that feel of places of belonging for them too. And working with some of our donors that have children, right? They have professional age children who we talk with them about what's that next generation look like for you? How can we involve your kids? Because maybe they weren't attending as a family when they were growing up, but they still are interested in carrying forward experience with this place. We also, we have a lot of young artists, right? And so I think which is really a part of what makes my organization, our brand is all this word society sounds really exclusive and strange. But we lean into that in terms of the community building that we do. And so we create opportunities for our young professionals group to be with the artists and to feel connected in that way and to really say you are part of this music. So that's certainly an area of focus. And we've also shifted it from a marketing focus into our development world so that we're emphasizing relationship development and not transactional sales.
Our members are very, very important to the theater, but I think that, again, going back to the way that things have changed. Now, we remember, probably most of us, our first movie where you saw it on the big screen, that whole experience of going to the movies, and that's something that is going away. And so youth is extremely important to us, whether it's students, 20-somethings to students, teenagers, and children, that they experience coming into the theater, the magic of it, that escape, 2 hours of just another world, and you remember that, and that they will continue to do that when they have kids, just as, and so remember, make sure you go to the movies. It's important.
A plug for the movies.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I think that, so again, youth, it's very important to us that we're building programming for them. And
my kids have gone many times to
I'm
this
glad to
afternoon.
hear that. That's wonderful.
We used to show Frozen or something.
Right, exactly. Actually, this week, Happy Feet, we're showing it at 12:30. It's a free showing of Happy Feet during the Ice Festival. And then also, I'm not trying to plug, it's free.
Go for it.
And also a Saturday evening, we have Cool Runnings, which is being sponsored by Bucknell Cap Center. And also the a cappella group, they're coming in for 15 minutes before the film, to sing. So, and all of those things are sponsored events. And I think that, and again, that's bringing, and especially how cold it's going to be, I'm thinking that, the theater is going to seem like a great place to spend some time on Saturdays. So, but those are very important parts for us, I think.
I think my answer to your question is a little bit of a non sequitur, because we at VOCA look at the term legacy a little bit differently, if only because we are working with artists who are thinking about documenting or talking about their entire careers and thinking about what happens to their work when they're gone. Being in a museum, being in a collection, and how you kind of preserve that for the long term. And when we say long term, we mean like how many generations are we talking here, right? And I think, Emily made a really good point. For us, that is thinking about, yes, partnerships with universities, making sure that the materials, anything that we're amassing or pulling together, that it can be accessible in the long term, right? So like that this is beyond just us, and how can we put this out into the world in as many ways as possible? So that's looking at partnerships with universities. We have an ongoing university with NYU, partnership with NYU, who have a lot of our artist talks and journal issues in their archives. So thinking about also archives and libraries, and that they are also spaces that we should all be talking with and to, and that they are,
And supporting.
And also the artists and maker, musicians, all these people's own communities, their family members, having them care enough that they're going to bring their people along too. So yeah, just having that kind of more expansive view about the idea of legacy and what that really looks like in practice.
Right, well, thank you. I know we're all really close to time, but I have one quick question that I hope each of you can answer sort of in one sentence. What's one action attendees, that's you, could take tomorrow to strengthen the arts ecosystem?
I'll just start because I have the mic, but I'll try to be brief. I will reiterate what I've said already, which is look at, listen to, immerse yourself in art, talk to artists, listen to them, and build relationships with them. Build your network. I mean, we keep saying this, but I think ecosystem is a very cogent term in this case, because we're really talking about a system of many parts that works in conflict, through conflict and in harmony with each other in order to thrive. And we can't work in isolation. It has to be fed by dialogue and discussion and debate and creativity, and you have to be an active participant. So if you care about the arts at all, it's so obvious, but go be part of it and go talk to artists, write the email, make the call, go to the opening, go to the party, and just say hi. Like, that's the way everything happens.
Artists love it.
They all want to talk to you. And maybe the worst case scenario, they say no, but really they probably won't, I promise. So I had an old boss who used to say, if you have a string, pull it. Just go, just try. And I'll be here all day, so anybody who wants to talk to me, please, 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 I'd love to hear from you.
I was gonna say, go pay for some art. Go find an art experience and take it in, especially if it's something that's if it's not something you've experienced before, right? And bring someone with you, right? So pay for art, bring someone with you, try something out for yourself. I think especially, I try to do that regularly. Of course, I hear H&H all the time. I'm very lucky, but like making sure that every season I'm going to some group I've never been to before, right? That helps to both, I think it brings a lot to our work, but it also is just helping to fuel the whole economy, so.
Because it does make an impact every time that you go to a show, every time that you support an artist. And not this area, I know what I've experienced with the theater is there's so much support for the arts and culture. But I came from a place that wasn't as much, and that remembering that this love of the arts needs to hit those places, that people need to know that they have options, and because sometimes just going to the next town is too much of an effort, or isn't on your radar. And I think that again, making sure that people know and supporting those artists and people that you can say go to see this, to experience this, because again, technology and just it's become so easy for us to not. And then with COVID, of course, we got so used to being at home, and there's been such a shift in what people do in the entertainment industry now, right? I mean, you just don't see as much support as there was, and so yeah, just get out there and.
So I want to say thank you to all three of you. This has been an amazing, wait, I'm not done. This has been an amazing conversation. We can clap in 1 second. But I just want to say, we read the headlines, and I'm actually going to cry because this is important. We read the headlines and we think arts are dying, and we think the arts are not going to be here anymore, and why bother supporting the arts anymore because our administration is trying to quash them. But as you can see, the arts are vibrant. They're really there. They will always be there. They're underneath the surface sometimes, but they will always be there, and they need your help, and they need your support, because this is where people get their emotions, their education, their ability to express emotion, to feel. So I will just say a thank you again to all three of our guests for giving us some really wonderful insight and to making sure we know that the arts are still alive and will continue to thrive in your hands. So thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. So we have about 8 minutes or so. So if you want to do that bathroom run or that coffee run, and then meet us back here for Amy next. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I think as everybody, if you look around, there are a lot more bodies in this room. How exciting is that? So we have a class with us. What class is it?
Finance Speaker Series?
Oh, thank you. The Finance Speaker Series. I was hoping they actually might yell it back at us, but thank you so much today. We're so excited for the students to be with us. So I am going to be introducing Evan Berkeley, who will be making introductory remarks for our next speaker. I just want to point out that Evan is on our advisory board at the Paraceli Gagnes Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And so he has been also instrumental in this day today, and we're so excited that he's here with us. So, Evan.
Yeah, clapping's okay.
Thank you, guys. So happy to have some students here. So, Evan Berkeley, like Emily said, I'm very fortunate to be on the advisory board here at the Paraceli Gagnes Center. I'm also a 1996 graduate and have two sons who are here. Fortunately, none of them had the speaker series on there. They'd be thoroughly embarrassed, but one of them's a senior, one of them's a freshman. So I get to spend a lot of time here, which is fun for me and not fun for them. So I'm very fortunate to be able to introduce my very good friend Amy, who you'll talk to in a sec. So while I was here at Bucknell, my father died of cancer, somewhat unexpectedly, in the very last few weeks of my sophomore year. So I actually started a nonprofit from my Roberts dorm room the first couple weeks of my junior year, trying to support organizations that provided social and emotional support for people living with cancer and their families, because I had felt that my family was very fortunate, but there are so many families that aren't. So I had my first nonprofit experience, like I said, right there in Roberts when I was 19 or 20 years old. Learned a lot about what it means to run a nonprofit, how hard it is to manage a nonprofit, especially from Roberts, and ultimately was smart enough to, or lucky enough, to be connected to a bunch of other nonprofits that were doing it better than I was, and I ultimately decided to focus my efforts on supporting other nonprofits. So I ended up being asked at 25 to join the board of a nonprofit organization, at the time was called Gilda's Club, which was founded by Gilda Radner, who was a Saturday Night Live actress. So I served on that board for a while. That organization became the predecessor to the organization that Amy now runs. So that's kind of how this has all come full circle. But I learned a ton. I was on a board at 25 years old with, I was far and away the youngest person on the board, but with a lot of really experienced philanthropists and executives that had given their lives to the service of other organizations and to nonprofit. I learned a ton about what that means. It's become a critical part of my life and my family's. And at the time, the first thing I realized was that I was the youngest person, like I said, on that board by a mile. So I recruited a bunch of friends and peers and formed a young leadership council, which became instrumental in doing a lot of the kind of day-to-day heavy lifting from a marketing and event planning execution standpoint for the organization, which was a great entry point for younger people. And something that Amy and I have talked about often, and Amy is doing her best to encourage her organization to do as well. Amy will introduce herself and her organization in a minute, but she runs an incredible nonprofit organization called Crossroads for Hope that I am fortunate enough to serve on the board of and have for about 8 years. Nonprofits, to be successful, as you guys know, and it's why we're so excited to have you guys here, need to recruit, train, and encourage executives and dynamic leaders. And I've been on a lot of different boards and served with a lot of different nonprofit groups. Amy is one of the smartest, most passionate leaders that I've ever had the pleasure to work with and learn from. And as a result, Crossroads for Hope is growing dramatically under her leadership. So, so fortunate to have her as their leader. I am so fortunate to have her as a friend. And with that, I will welcome Amy Sutton, the CEO of Crossroads for Hope.
Thank you, Evan. Can everybody hear me? Because I'm not going to use this handheld mic. So thank you for inviting me here today. I say about Evan, I met Evan when I was early in my career at Crossroads. We had a conversation that lasted 4 years, and then I invited him to join our board, and it's continued. And that's what it's all about, is relationships and maintaining that conversation. So thank you for having me here. I'm going to share with you today my path to get to this organization and the role that I have today. I didn't start in nonprofit, and I had a very winding road to get here, which I'll share with you, and hopefully it'll help you start to think about what's important to you and what does your path look like as you leave college. And for those administrators here and teachers, it's how you help guide your students as they launch from here onto their life and help them guide them along the way. So just a little bit about my organization. We exist to ensure that no one faces cancer alone. We support individuals diagnosed at any age and their families with support, information, resources, and professionals essential to living through and beyond cancer with strength and hope. Our services are delivered at no charge, which means we have to raise a lot of money to do the work that we do. But most importantly, we're striving for a world where these types of services are available to anyone, anywhere, wherever they need it most. And so with that, I want you to think about a question as we move through this discussion. What matters most to you as you think about your future beyond school? Is it money? Is it just getting a job? Is it the title, the company? Do you want to make an impact? Do you think you can do all of those things? There really isn't any right or wrong answer to that question, and not knowing the answer is totally normal. And I know this because I was where you are back in 1988 at Rutgers University, thinking about what was going to happen once college was over and what was that going to look like. Some of that is shaped by the experiences we have in our lives. And so for me, I had grown up in the 70s and 80s, which seems like a lifetime ago when I look out into the audience. But it was a time of social and economic uncertainty. There was a lot of influence still post-Vietnam era, civil rights movement era. I was dealing with a society where there was inflation, rapid technology change, globalization, outsourcing of jobs, a lot of uncertainty. And I think there was also a big change when it came to volunteering. So there had been a shift in volunteering from the 1960s, where it was really very focused on social justice movements, to the 80s when nonprofits actually started to become a sector. And there it was professionalized. So when I was in school, I joined movements, right? Movements to end hunger in America, homelessness in America, famine in Africa, end apartheid, which included like strapping ourselves to the student center to get the university to divest. Those were all things that we were involved in, but no one I knew thought about a career in nonprofits. What we were focused on was getting out and getting into corporate America, which is what I did. And so I spent the first half of my career in human resources working for a global corporation, working across countries, managing large projects, multi-million-dollar budgets. Everything was about work and raising a family. And that continued until 9/11. And so on that day, I was at our corporate headquarters in New Jersey watching the terrorist attacks in New York City with my colleagues. And I think all of us changed in that moment. And it went from everything was about work to what has just shifted in the world. And what does that mean for me and the people that I care about? And so, like many people, I felt alone. I felt helpless and did not know what to do in that moment. Work seemed very inconsequential. And then I happened to see a little article in, I don't even know if it was like the paper, because like the internet even wasn't a big deal at that time. But I saw, maybe it's on the TV, I saw an ad for the Red Cross near my town, and they were looking for volunteers. And I said to my husband, we have to do something because we don't know what to do. And so we signed up. And we became part of the disaster relief operations. And I had a very small volunteer assignment working at a warehouse, shipping emergency relief supplies into Manhattan. And for the first time, I was working alongside people, old, young, retired, working from all across the nation, focused on one thing, just making sure that these supplies got to where they needed to go. We didn't know where or who was going to get in on the other end, but we were doing something. And so that small volunteer experience that took me out of a career in industry really did change me. And a few years later, I really started to think about what I wanted to be doing in life. And it wasn't because the assignment that I had was a big deal. It was because I started to find hope and meaning in just helping others, right? So volunteering is a great way for you to get connected to community and learn about nonprofits in your community. It helps build connection. It gives you purpose and hope. It actually has real tangible benefits in terms of your mental and physical health and connection to others. And you have skills and knowledge that nonprofits need. At the same time, you can learn a tremendous amount. You learn about leadership, you learn about communication, you learn about empathy, problem solving, adaptability. So as much as you can give to a nonprofit with the amazing skills that you're learning in school, you will get tenfold back from your experiences. So I decided to leave my corporate position, not because the work had changed. I had changed, and I had seen myself in the world change and what I thought was possible. And so I literally quit my job. And so I would not recommending anybody do that ever in your career. My husband was not a big fan of that, but there was no way I could figure out what I wanted my life to be and maintain the job that I had. So I quit, and I took some time off, and I actually went to, and I think they still exist, libraries. And I went to the library. And I was talking to the librarian, and she asked me what my background was, and I said human resources. And she said, oh, have you ever thought about working for hospice, like volunteering at hospice? And I said, what is a hospice? So your library, the internet, your library can give you a lot of information about organizations right in your backyard. And so she explained to me what hospice was, which was an organization there to help families dealing with a loved one who is dying, and for families providing bereavement support services. So I went, and I said, okay, sounds like a great opportunity. And what you'll find if you decide to volunteer in your life is sometimes it takes work. And I had to train. It was 9 weeks of training. And it was the best experience of my life, because in the middle of that training, the volunteer manager said she was retiring. And a little voice in my head said, take the job. Tell them you're interested. And I did, and I got that job. And that job taught me everything I needed to know about how a nonprofit runs. I managed a volunteer program. I learned how to go out into the community and speak on issues around death and dying and advance directives. I learned about fundraising. I learned about boards. I actually joined a board of another nonprofit because I wanted to understand what the governance models look like. And I did that all at my time at hospice. And I would tell you right now, as you think about whether you're in business, school, or not, but your skills and the skills that you have today are so relevant for nonprofits, and they're so desperately needed, whether they be in volunteering or in paid positions. And so, but I also got a lot out of this work. And I just want to share a few lessons that I had from my hospice experience, because it's carried me through to this job. What I learned was when people are in a crisis, be it disaster or health, taking care of the physical side of a person's needs is not enough. You need to provide emotional, social, and practical support, psychosocial support services, in combination with health services. That is the model of hospice. That is the best-in-class model for healthcare, and it's often missing. So that's one thing, that people need whole person and whole family resources. The other thing, having sat with so many people who were dying, I learned about what's important at the end of your life. And it's something to think about as you start your life. Because I will tell you, no one that I sat with talked about their bonus, their title, the vacation that they had. They talked about their family. They talked about the people they loved. They talked about their relationships and relationships they wish they had repaired. And it was very insightful to gain that kind of insight at that point in my career, because I had never really thought about what I wanted my life to result in at the end. And then the other thing I'll just share with you is when you're involved in your community in any way, you're making connections that you have no idea how that will play out for you. It opens doors, and it did for me. So one of my hospice volunteers worked for the Red Cross. A job opened up in New Jersey. And every job I've taken in a nonprofit, I said, I'm not qualified for this job. And people say, just apply. And I'm like, okay, I'll just apply. Well, I applied, and I did not think I was qualified, and they hired me. And so now I'm working for the organization where I started my nonprofit journey volunteering. Now, I was responsible for preparing my community for disasters, for responding to disasters. And it was really, I think, a very pivotal position for me, because it was the thing that really blended for me a lot of different aspects of what I had been learning. My business background, my experience in nonprofit, my experience in the community. And so 4 months after I started in that job, and I had attended 2 weeks of catastrophic disaster planning, and the week I returned, my community was devastated by flooding, and I had 2,000 people in shelters. So when I say I learned on the job, I really did. But what I learned was the power of mobilizing communities and people. What's possible when you can motivate people around a mission, and what extents to which people will go to help other people. And I think those were really, really important lessons. I learned to deal with the government. I had never interacted with government officials before, so that was new. I did media tours with CBS News and others because they were coming into disaster areas. I learned how to speak in front of cameras, all of that. And at the heart of that were volunteers delivering the services each and every day to the victims of that flood and subsequent disasters after. So I handled some of the largest disasters in New Jersey prior to Hurricane Sandy. I'll share one full circle moment with you. Myself and the executive director for the New York City chapter of the Red Cross had been granted a tour by the governor of New Jersey of the Ground Zero reconstruction site. And so we went into Manhattan, and of course we had to wear our Red Cross gear. Red Cross is all about the gears. I had my gear on. I go in, and we're approaching the site, and a police officer walks up to me and says, Red Cross? I said, yeah, yes. How did you tell? I've got my badge on. And he said, I just want to thank you. He said, my fellow officers received the supplies that Red Cross was sending us during 9/11. And in a minute, I met the person who I had been shipping supplies to. And I guess what I would say to you is, no matter what you do in your life, sometimes it's the small things, regardless of whether you know who is on the receiving end of that, that make the most difference. And I think that's what I would say to you. Service at any level makes an impact. So my last transition in my job was out of Red Cross. And I decided to leave that organization, and it was not easy. And I actually wasn't sure I was going to leave because I love disaster work so much. But I had a friend in emergency management say to me, you can volunteer in emergency management. You don't have to work in emergency management. You can volunteer and go take a job somewhere else. And that's what I did. And I had no idea that you could do that. And so I ended up spending the next 10 years as a volunteer in emergency management and search and rescue, incident management, mass care operations, while I took this role and started to build this organization. And I think my role at Crossroads for Hope, leading this organization from a grassroots organization that was basically funded by fundraising events, to an organization that now has diversified fundraising. We are looking at fee-based revenue for the first time, earned income revenue. Everything that I've ever learned, business, nonprofit, volunteering, has come to bear in this particular role. Now I'm in a position to create opportunities for other people to channel their desire to want to make a difference in people's lives, for patients and families, either through volunteering, through working at a charity like mine, or through funding a charity like mine. And so, I'm here to say that the path is not straight. And I think it really starts from what really motivates or really fuels your passion, and not being afraid. There's curves in the road all the time, and sometimes you just need to lean in. And I think the question for you is, what does it mean for you as you think about your future? And I think what's important to know is the degree you're going to receive does not define your future. Your skills that you have, that you've learned, that you'll continue to learn, are incredibly valuable, not just to your place of employment, but to the broader community, to nonprofits like mine and others. And you don't have to choose between success and impact. Some of the most meaningful careers, I would say mine as well, have been built on the intersection of both. So with that, I want to thank you all very much for having me here. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I also have some resources for you, but thank you. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I wasn't carrying it around with me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think something people might be curious about is the magnitude of your organization. How many families are served in the area that you cover, and the wide array of services. You described a little bit earlier, but it's when I was checking out the organization, it's far more than I think people might assume.
Thank you. Yes, so we reach 10,000 people a year. We serve people in 45 states and 7 countries. Our budget this year is $2.7 million, and you have to remember when I started it was about $500,000. So we've grown substantially and had to really diversify, to the discussion earlier, diversify revenues. But if someone turns to us, they can receive services like individual counseling, group support. They can tap into our financial assistance. We actually issue funding to families. We provide treatment decision support, educational workshops, nutrition programs, mind-body programs. We have public health outreach into low-income communities, helping individuals and families who lack access and resources to connect to and stay in care. So those are the types of services that donors make possible each and every day, and volunteers amplify those efforts for sure. We actually just launched a health champion program. So we are teaching everyday people how to support individuals in their community who have been diagnosed with cancer, because most people don't know what to do or say. And so we've deployed that, including into low-income communities, so we can increase the likelihood that when somebody's diagnosed that they'll connect to care and resources like ours. So thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Hey, Amy.
Hey, Evan.
Are you doing anything?
Pressure's on.
Yeah. Are you doing anything interesting with technology that these kids might think is interesting, and how you're trying to reach people in different ways?
Yes.
Expand your program?
Yes. Yeah. So I have cue cards, but I actually do use technology quite a bit. I just don't trust my my iPhone or iPad in these settings. Yeah. So it's interesting. I have a business background, so it's all about building strategies to execute on your vision and mission, right? So our vision is so nobody faces cancer alone. And so we had been affiliated with an organization at one point that believed, well, you had to come to us to get services. Well, you can't reach everybody if that's the model. So we started thinking about, what does true integration of support look like? And fast forward to the pandemic, we had partnered with a behavioral technology company called Gomo Health. And we took their white label product and customized it for oncology. So today, anyone can register for this program for free, and they will receive 24/7 direct-to-mobile supportive services in their hands. So that includes everything from access to a digital library, to supportive messaging, to we're screening weekly for distress, risk for depression, and social needs. and are able to triage those individuals at risk to our social work team, who will call them within usually the same day to help. And so we've basically brought support into the 21st century using technology. And we're looking at now how AI will overlay those platforms as well. So that's what I say, you know, most nonprofits don't have people on their staff that have this kind of knowledge and skill. We had to hire a few people that did. That's why, you know, I think about the students coming out of college today. Your skills are the ones we need to make an impact in people's lives. So thank you for mentioning that tech.
So hitchhiking off of that, seems like you started as a geographically kind of focused organization,
Yes.
kind of offering in-person services within a geographic area. How do you think about scale now, because you've got this digital experience which makes geography more or less irrelevant in the services you offer?
So I have to be careful because I have a board member in the meeting, and he always challenges, why are we going to California? You know, so a couple of things that have framed my thinking about growth. And, you know, we talked in the panel before I got on, we were talking about issues around budget constraints. And, you know, so what I've seen is a lot of large-scale charities will scale up and put in buildings and assets into communities. That is very, very difficult to maintain and sustain, right? So what we believe, and we've seen this especially through our public health efforts, is the assets that exist in community we can use. Our work is delivering connection to people. We're an organization of people delivering services to people, and the technology makes that connection for us. So we have talked about some modification to that, whereby if we have a critical mass of patients, say, you know, we have some partnerships out in California and Seattle, Washington. If we have enough patients, we might be able to contract with a person, social worker, in that community to facilitate an in-person support group. But we will never have hard assets because it's just too difficult to maintain that and unnecessary, I think, at this point. But that's a challenge of all charities. How do you grow and how do you sustain that growth over time? And that's why diversification of revenue is so important. Having revenue streams that are not tied to philanthropy is essential and very hard to do. But I think if you can crack that, it's really essential.
Can you talk more about how you're diversifying?
Yeah, sure. So when I started, we literally just had a gala and a marathon. And I did the marathon my first year there in Miami in 100-degree temperature. And I said, my God, there's got to be a better way to raise money than this. I'm a business person. I don't want to be asking for handouts, and I don't want to be running marathons. So we started looking at building out a pipeline of grants. We started with grants first, and corporate grants, and really started building out our corps and found funding. We have since started to branch off into really looking at individual giving, grateful member programs, because we have people who have benefited from our services that want to give back. So looking at individual giving, major gifts, planned giving. So that's all on the philanthropic side. We, today, I think I just got an update, have launched our first fee-based educational program for healthcare professionals. So we will be charging for CEU educations for content that we are developing and pushing out, and hopefully that revenue stream. So we're taking everything we know and our expertise and now charging for education. We're also looking at earned income revenue for things like renting our facility. We just built $1 million facility and are looking at ways we can rent that as well. So when I say, you know, I use every skill, my business skills are probably the most important in the work that I do every day, not just my passion for the mission. So.
Well, I was just saying to Evan, I'm really interested about the fee-based platform that you're launching right now. So where did that idea come from? Are other nonprofits, charities doing that? How did you do it? Did you maybe hire some of these young people at some point who will come out to maybe build some of that? Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So I think Like anything else, you have to be careful not to get in a silo. You have to continue to talk to people and benchmark other organizations and what they're doing. We happen to have a board member who had he was on a board of a charity in New York City, and it was a chaplaincy program. They have a lot of trouble raising money, and they had launched a similar program. So we learned a lot. We started talking to different entities. But of course, you can't just replicate what somebody's done. You have to figure out how is that relevant for your own work, and that's what we've spent the last year kind of ironing out. So our core wheelhouse is social work, child life, and public health. And so we're repurposing and also growing that content. And we're building off of a conference that we had started many years ago for free. And taking the lessons learned from that as well. So I think nothing is easy. Everything good takes effort. And to a point that was made earlier on, passion alone is not enough. You have to have the business skills to make things happen. And nothing happens as fast as you'd like them to. But hopefully that answers your question.
It does very much, and I was just trying to draw parallels, right, between what we heard in the 10 o'clock hour,
Yeah.
diversifying, but also this idea that you just have to keep trying and failing and
You
trying
have to
and
try.
learning.
It's like I've seen myself as a business person. I don't, somebody said nonprofit is a tax status. It totally is. These are businesses. I have a P&L. I have a market. I have, HR, I have all the same functions that a business would have. Just how I raise my money and my tax status is different. I also just want to say something about the panel earlier that talked about collaboration. So we have introduced expressive arts in our programs. We partner with theater companies. And for example, we have a program called Our Cancer Stories, where we collect people's testimonials throughout the year. We partner with the McCarter Theater in Princeton. They put together a production of these stories, and there's a talkback session, and it's incredibly powerful. We also do other expressive arts programs as well. And so it's those collaborations and connections that are so essential to keeping all of our organizations afloat.
Agree, totally. That's wonderful to hear. I'm just curious, how many of the students here have been involved in a nonprofit or have started a new nonprofit? Yeah? Can I ask just a few of you to speak to why you did that, and then we're going to get back to Amy. I was just really curious. Can you ask a few of you why you started one? Who started one?
So I started one sorry, let me back up a little bit. To introduce myself, I'm Brennan, I'm a sophomore. And I'm a finance major, but I started one in the past after my sister had a sudden cardiac arrest, and I subsequently started one called Across My Heart, which brought the community together at the same time. We held an annual charity game to raise awareness and funding, kind of for just broad community awareness for sudden cardiac arrest and kind of how it can impact anybody. So it was ultimately really successful and ended up giving a lot back to the community. And every once in a while, somebody would just have random heart screenings that we would put on as kind of a result of the funding, and we found a lot of random conditions that people didn't know they had. So overall, it was really positive.
That's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that.
Is it still a viable nonprofit? You still doing work? Yeah? It's a lot, yeah.
But
One
can I
more.
just ask,
Yes,
just
yeah,
real quick,
please.
so having had that experience, how do you take that forward when you start to move forward in your life?
Sure. So I kind of worked with a lot of different diverse nonprofits, and definitely that experience of having it as a background is helpful in a lot of things, but I really just try to transfer kind of my skills over from running that. And I mean, that was like a large community event that I ran each year. So overall, it was kind of like managerial roles, but it's helpful, I mean, in this day and age, especially for interviews, but apart from that, it's also helpful because it gives me a chance to kind of meet more people in the community. And through that, like, I met a lot of different individuals, and I was surprised, honestly, by kind of corporate generosity, and all the funding that we had was purely through, kind people donating or people who were impacted by something similar. Or in a lot of cases, some very generous donors. So you never the number one thing I could take away was you never really could guess about how much of an impact you could make until you actually try. So.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for sharing that. And by the way, the skills running those types of events, we know we're kicking off this year, Tell Cancer to Take a Hike. And I'm like, I need a good volunteer who could help us get this off the ground. But like, so that kind of experience and using young people to help get that message out is really important. So thank you
Let's
for
hear
sharing
one more
that.
founder story, one student who started another nonprofit. Do we have somebody else here? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Shariar. I'm a sophomore here at Bucknell, and thank you so much for coming here to speak today. I started a nonprofit back home about providing free mental health therapy in Pakistan. Considering that, in that side of the world, it is something that's highly stigmatized, but at the same time, getting that kind of support and resources is more of a luxury than a necessity. And I think that is something that just struck to me, realizing how many people don't even realize what they're going through. So with a team of 100 members, including counselors and community members, we started this nonprofit which was providing free mental health therapy and support. And we were just kind of building in a community where everyone knew that even if you aren't currently going through anything, mental health is about just being there together. And I think that's the kind of message we wanted to spread out, that we're friends and we're there with each other no matter whatever happens. So that's what my story is about.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
That's wonderful. So I would ask you, Amy, because it sounds like we have some people who have some nonprofit experience, some students, but I think all of us have had some sort of life experience or life event at one point where we can think about how can we support other people more, right? What advice would you give to them about, I know we've already given some of that advice, but actual practical hands-on advice, how to start a nonprofit or how to get involved in a nonprofit?
Yeah. So there's actually, I think, there's actually certificate programs on nonprofits, nonprofit training. But I think that you have to do your research about how to set it up so you're able to collect donations legally and, you comply with all of those things. So it starts with having a passion for something and where you see a gap in services. So remember, nonprofits exist to bridge gaps between the for-profit sector in terms of what's being delivered and the government. Right? So a lot of nonprofits...
Can you say that one more time? Because I
Yeah.
think that's really valuable.
Yeah. So nonprofits serve to fill the gap between what for-profits don't address because they can't make any money off of it, or they're not paying attention to it, or the government services. So we bridge those gaps in the community. And that's vitally important because so many needs go unmet every day, and nonprofits in many different avenues are filling that void. So I think starting with what you're passionate about, thinking about how to set it up properly from a legal structure, getting a mentor, right? Trying to find somebody else who can mentor you, getting involved in a charity to learn, like I did, and don't be deterred, because I think everything's possible when you start to change your mindset about what's possible, right? And you're going to hit obstacles like you do in life, and you just can't give up if you're really passionate about something. So I think that, it does take some book work and kind of understanding how things are organized, and then it's selling your vision and mission to people and getting them to join you and help you so it's not all on you, right? With some things I would recommend.
Does that sound entrepreneurial? I think it might, right? I think sometimes we think nonprofit and we think it's not entrepreneurial, but it's incredibly entrepreneurial. So I'll just say quickly, and then I'll ask if there's any more questions. You have mentors in this room. So as students here, if you are interested, besides Amy, who I hope would offer some mentorship if she would like. But we also have Erin Jablonski, who's the director of the Paris L.A. Genghis Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation, who has started many nonprofits, right? We have people from the community in this room. So I would encourage all of you who all sort of thought, oh, nonprofits are over here. There's a whole structure and a whole world that could open up to you for doing something passionate and fulfilling that bridge, as you say, between for-profit and government. So,
absolutely.
thank you.
So when you leave here today, you're going to get a small resource toolkit that I put together for you, which includes my contact information, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to continue the conversation. You can volunteer with our organization as well. But I also have links to job sites and resources if you're interested in doing work or volunteering in the United States or globally. There's a whole section on those resources. But you really have to start with you and what you want to see for your life. And when I look out at this room and I hear the stories already, it gives me hope. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, everybody, so much. So I will be sending out that information to everybody. Missy, I'll share it with you so you can share it with the class, and everybody else will be getting an email. So thank you again for coming this morning. You know, it continues this afternoon starting at 1 o'clock. But for right now, actually at 12 o'clock, we're going to lunch. I always say that way, but actually the Weiss Center Atrium. So all of our registered people, attendees who would like to join us for lunch, and we have some great presentations there as well, please slowly make your way over there and we'll have some lunch together. Thank you, and I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock for the sessions.
Good evening. Samuel Barber is undoubtedly one of
Imagine, if you will, sitting
Everybody got very quiet. I guess I don't need this. No, I don't know what's happening. Hi, everybody. How are you? Thank you so much for coming back from lunch. As somebody who's gone to a lot of conferences in my life, I know how hard it is when you're one place and have to come to another place. Is this on? Yeah. And have to come to another place. But trust me, it's going to be an amazing keynote. So we're really excited to have Steve here. I have an introduction I'm going to read in 1 second, but I just want to say I met Steve, maybe it was 6 months ago on a phone call. And he told me he was in public radio and television, and I said, Robert J. Lertzema. Does anybody here who know Robert J. Lertzema is? Yeah, okay. So, but I grew up with this, with public radio in my ear every single day, and I was so in awe of the fact that he was one of those people that gave that to me as a child. And so I was so excited when he agreed to come join us for this week. And he's actually given so much more than I ever imagined, because he's also a clarinetist, and I'll talk about that in 1 second. So our keynote speaker exemplifies what it means to lead with both vision and pragmatism in the nonprofit sector. Steve Bass is a Bucknell graduate who has spent 45 years transforming public media. As president and CEO of Oregon Public Broadcasting from 2006 to 2024, he didn't just manage an organization, he reimagined it, growing membership from 105,000 to 150,000 donors, I hope these numbers are right, building the endowment from 14 million to 95 million, which I am in awe of, while refocusing OPB as a journalism powerhouse. His leadership extends far beyond Oregon. Steve has served as chairman of the Association of Public Television Stations, on the board of NPR, and currently as vice chair of PRX. Through his consulting firm, Lakeland Consulting, he continues shaping the future of public media, advising organizations and philanthropies, why can I say that word? Philanthropic organizations on strategic transformation, excuse me. And if you joined us last night, Steve and I did put a recital on together, and Steve is also a professional clarinetist, and an excellent one at that. He performs with many symphonies and is even recorded with Pink Martini. He understands that creativity and mission aren't separate, they're intertwined. Please welcome me in bringing Steve Bass to the stage.
Thank you, Emily. And I want to just thank Aaron and Emily and Charles and Bill for a really spectacular week. I have not been on campus, I think, since it's either 1999 or 2004. And the opportunity to spend a full week here and live on campus and kind of take it all in, all of the change and all of the things that are the same, is really quite remarkable. So thank you for a wonderful week. I really appreciate it. I'm going to talk about kind of 4 things all at once, and I am going to talk a bit about public media, but not solely about public media. I want to talk a little bit about nonprofits, which is obviously one of the things we're here to talk about, and particularly why change in nonprofits can be very challenging. And I want to talk a little bit about asteroids and hurricanes, and I'll get to that in a moment. We're seeing a lot of asteroids and hurricanes these days in a metaphorical sense. And also then, how do we approach change in uncertain times? So that's kind of the theme of where I'm going with things. So I'm going to have to direct, next slide. I don't have a clicker. One more. There we go. So let's just start at the top. And being in the nonprofit sector for 45 years, I've run across a lot of people that have interesting views of the nonprofit sector. And some of the things that I hear is, you should just operate like a business. When in reality, it's not really a business model as much as it's a tax status. That's something that Emily said earlier, that nonprofits actually have various business structures and business models. They're not all the same. And the thing they do have in common is a tax status. And as Amy said earlier, nonprofits kind of exist in this space between government and for-profit. It's an area where the government has effectively said there is a sphere of activity that should be tax advantaged in some way, that shouldn't be taxed. Not all of that is what you might expect, but I'll get to that in just a moment. So just keep in mind, it's not a business model, it's a tax status. Some people say nonprofits should operate like a business. How many times have you heard, you have to operate like a business? And the problem with nonprofits is they're both a business and they're not a business. They are business-like, but they are mission-driven. And you have to balance those two things. You can't just be mission-driven, as someone said earlier this morning. You have to be business-like in that approach. I've heard people say that nonprofits are immune to the market. They don't compete in the market. And anybody that's in that sector knows that's not true. At a minimum, you are competing for resources and you are competing for attention. And it's a tough market out there. And in some cases, such as public media, you are actually competing against very large for-profit enterprises. So there is a market that you're working in. My favorite one is, it's okay to lose money. And I heard this one several years ago. There's a big transformation going on in journalism, and I think it was the Salt Lake City Tribune became a nonprofit organization. And one of the journalists was quoted as saying, "It's great we're going to be a nonprofit because now we can lose money." And I was just like, oh. And journalists are so smart, but sometimes when it comes to business stuff, it's not top of mind for them. You can't lose money as a nonprofit. The other side of that is some people think you can't make money or you shouldn't make money, and I think that's a myth as well. I think it's okay to make money, and in fact, you're doing better if you have some reserves at the end of the year, and that's the way you can build your cash reserves and sustain the mission and sustain the programs that you have going on. Finally, staid and stable, that, hey, if you were any good, you'd be working in the for-profit, you'd be working in the corporate sector. Oh boy. It's not staid and stable anymore. I think maybe at one time when government funding was very stable and the business models were very stable and before the internet, but now we're all in perpetual whitewater. It's changing everything. So it's a different world now. Next slide. So there are some surprising nonprofits, and this is actually a story on the left that I got from OPB, my former employer. Somebody in Eugene, Oregon has established a nonprofit pinball arcade. Now try and get your head around that. It's like, I'm kind of like, that's interesting. It's a category of business. I guess maybe pinball arcades don't exist anymore in a for-profit space, and somebody, okay, good for them. But the other one is actually kind of interesting. Anybody recognize that logo? That's the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers are a nonprofit. It is a football team owned by the community of Green Bay, and in a sense, several 100,000 idiots like me who are shareholders, who paid money in, who have the right then to vote for the board of directors. But there you have one nonprofit competitor operating with an ecosystem of for-profits generally owned by billionaires. Go explain that one. Very interesting. Next slide. So why is innovation in nonprofits hard? Is it harder than in for-profits? Well, maybe, but it's just got some different things going on in it, different dynamics. I mean, first of all, nonprofits tend to have multiple stakeholders. And those stakeholders, they can be clients, they can be donors, they can be customers, it can be government, it can be the general public, you might have volunteers. These tend to be more complex organizations than most people think. There are resource constraints in most nonprofits, and even as Emily was describing OPB, which we were very fortunate that we grew quite a bit, we always had resource constraints because our dreams always outstripped our resources. When you have resources, you want to do more. But many nonprofits are really, really strapped. They don't have a lot of cash, they don't have any reserves, so they're just kind of spinning along as much as they can. There's also, in some cases in nonprofits, an expectation that people there should take a vow of poverty. And personally, I think that's wrong, because I think if you're going to have an organization that is successful, it has to pay people as well. As Emily said this morning, artists deserve more revenue. And she said, I think what she said was, as compared to lawyers who don't ask for it, I'm like, well, I think lawyers probably ask for it, maybe better than artists do. But there's an expectation that you shouldn't pay well or that people should be there just for the mission. And that kind of makes things difficult. There's also oftentimes a missionary zeal in organizations, both with the board, with the staff. We're here to achieve the mission. And sometimes that makes it hard for people to kind of pull back and say, what do we have to do here from a business-like environment? Volunteer governance, and I'm really glad the next panel after me is going to be talking about governance, because I think governance in nonprofit organizations is hugely important. And the fact that we have board members who are there just because they believe in the mission of the organization and they're willing to support it and help it, but sometimes they also can be very engaged in the operations of the organizations, particularly in small nonprofits, where that line between governance and management is perilously thin. So governance in nonprofits can be a barrier to innovation. And I think finally, there can be very unclear or unestablished success measures. In for-profit enterprises, success measures are pretty straightforward. It's earnings per share, it's are you profitable? Yeah, there are going to be other metrics, but what do you do in a nonprofit? How do you measure your success? Is it number of people served? Is it revenue at the end of the year? Is it growth in donations? There's no agreed upon success measure. And I think in many organizations, people are kind of left to come to their own conclusion around that. So what this leads to is a problem described by Newton's first law, which is a body at rest tends to remain at rest unless acted on by a net external force. Many nonprofit organizations up until now have not been, in a sense, forced to change. And now we're in an environment where we have to change because everything around us is changing. So that brings us to our next slide. Asteroids and hurricanes. Thank GPT for these crisp-looking graphics here. And this wonderful quote from Winston Churchill, never let a good crisis go to waste. And I feel like, and you probably do as well, that the last couple of years we have been dealing with both asteroids and hurricanes, and sometimes at the same time. We've seen some of this happen in the last couple of weeks. Imagine being on the staff of the Kennedy Center. What day was that? Was that Monday? And they woke up and found out we're closing for 2 years. What? The defunding of USAID and the impact that that's had on non-governmental organizations doing international relief. These are things that have come up very quickly, but they're also things that we can spot a little further out, and that's more like a hurricane. Next slide. So let's talk about asteroids and hurricanes, and this may not be a perfect analogy, but I was trying to think of something that could be cataclysmic, and what are the things that we can't really predict, and what are the things we can. So asteroids, you can't really see it coming, at least until they got the Hubble Space Telescope working. And now they can kind of see those things, and they'll say, well, that thing the size of a bus is going to miss the Earth, and let's hope they're right. But in the past, excuse me, you couldn't see it coming, and certainly the dinosaurs couldn't. With a hurricane, you know it's coming. Their forecasts, you know it's seasonal, so it's this time of year. The meteorologists look in the Caribbean, they look at the ocean temperature, they're sensing for it. You can kind of sense that something's happening. Asteroids, fast moving and very sudden. Hurricanes, very slow to develop, relatively. Starts with a little tropical depression, kind of grows, depends on the ocean temperature, et cetera, et cetera. But with an asteroid, you can't really prepare, you can only react. The asteroid hits, the Kennedy Center gets closed on a moment's notice, you gotta go figure it out. That's very much like the experience in COVID-19. And I think those of us that were leading organizations there felt like literally the earth shifted under our feet. And I remember literally coming to work and having a board meeting on a Friday and saying to my board, yeah, there's this COVID thing happening and we're keeping an eye on it. And literally by Sunday, I was on the phone with my team saying, we got to start shutting things down. We got to figure out how to get people out of the office within a week. It was that quick. With hurricanes, you can prepare and you can react. And I would say an example of that is more something like a shift in media consumption that I'm going to talk a little bit more about in a few minutes. COVID is more like your asteroid. A shift in media consumption is more like a hurricane. So I want to give you a couple of examples of innovation in both. Go to the next slide, please. And this is obviously two organizations I'm involved with to differing degrees. The Vancouver Symphony Orchestra is not in British Columbia, it is in Vancouver, Washington. It is a city of about 250,000 people that is directly across the Columbia River from Portland, Oregon. And it is a thriving, growing city. It used to be just kind of a bedroom community, and now it's its own thing. There's a symphony orchestra there. I play in that orchestra. It's one of my side gigs. Oregon Public Broadcasting, I was the CEO there for 19 years. I'm going to talk about both of these, but I first want to focus on the Vancouver Symphony because that's more of the COVID situation, that literally everything got, kind of shut down. So next slide. So the Vancouver Symphony before COVID was really fortunate to get a grant through the Murdoch Charitable Trust to employ the DeVos Institute for Arts and Nonprofit Management. They came to the Portland area and worked with a number of arts organizations, and it was actually a very transformative thing for them. Michael Kaiser, who used to run the Kennedy Center, is the principal there. Michael came out a number of times, and he was advising the organization, the leadership, and the board as to how to create a more sustainable model. At that point, the organization had a budget of about maybe $600,000 or $700,000. It had been growing, but it wasn't that large. The model that they were using is this model on the right that Michael goes around and proselytizes, which is great art combined with aggressive marketing, combined with a reach out to create friends and donors, creates revenue. And then that creates more revenue to invest in great art, and the circle keeps turning. So they were on this cycle as COVID hit. But then COVID hit, and all the performances were canceled. And as a working musician, it was a pretty scary time. I wasn't doing it for the money, but just you had these thoughts about, like, is anything going to go back to normal? I'm a wind player, I'm a clarinetist, so like, there's no way anybody's going to have me playing anything because we're blowing air around, right? So the executive director, who happens to also be the principal clarinetist and the guy that I sit next to, called me up and he said, I want to shift to online performances. And they had already been they had a video company that was projecting the images up on a screen during concerts that the patrons really liked. And so together we worked with the AV company. I shifted from being a clarinetist to a TV producer, and within about 6 weeks, we had our first online streamed performance. These were only done live. We wanted to do these as a sense of an event, not let's put it up on YouTube and anybody can see it. And the result of this was they were able to maintain subscribers, they were able to maintain donors, and they also paid some musicians. Not the wind players, but at least some of the string players. Although I will say when they got their relief money, they actually were very nice and sent musicians some money, which was really well appreciated. So that was kind of the model they were on. They took advantage of this asteroid striking, shifted incredibly quickly, and it really didn't just stabilize things, it sent them into a new trajectory. I also wanted to share with you a short video, which is the next slide. Let me just set this up. Of course, working in public media, I had things that would come across my desk, and one day I got this email from the PBS NewsHour saying, hey, we're looking for arts things happening in communities that relate to COVID. So we had a concert coming up, so I very quickly worked with our guest conductor and created an intro for a piece we were doing anyway, and sent it to them, and they not only put it online, but they put it up on the broadcast, which for the orchestra was super cool because they could tell all their donors, look, this stuff we're doing is being noticed. So let me just play a little bit of that, and you'll get a sense of what these concerts look like.
Good evening. Samuel Barber is undoubtedly one of America's finest composers.
There's nobody in the hall, which
Adagio
is
for
why it's so
Strings
resonant.
has
Nobody.
become renowned as one of the most expressive outpourings in American music. It is as meaningful today as it ever was, with its epic journey from quiet, soft passages of reflection to searing pain. But it ends on a note of hope and optimism, reflecting today's world. We would like to dedicate this performance to all those who face suffering, to all those who have lost lives and family members through COVID-19, and also to the many who've gone out of their way to help others through this pandemic. Thank you.
Well, I think you get the idea there. It still kind of gets me to watch that with my colleagues wearing masks and Sarah putting them. It was such a weird time, and there was nobody in the hall, and I'm out in the hall doing the intros. But it worked really, really well and very, very effectively. Let's go on to the next slide. So let's talk about what happened as a result of this, because the orchestra didn't just survive. This was an accelerant for them. And they came out of COVID, and the audiences came back relatively quickly, which is not true in a lot of performing arts. So comparing 2025 to 2019, the budget of the orchestra now is about $2.5 million, up from $600,000 or $700,000. The paid attendance is up 33%, ticket revenue up 49%. I didn't ask them about donations, but it's up a lot. The streaming product remained. They didn't get rid of it, and people still use it. The audience for it is obviously not as large as it was, but it became an expectation of the product to the subscribers, so they keep doing it, and it's great. They began a summer festival in 2023 that grew the audience for that from 30,000 to 55,000, and they've now positioned themselves in the center of the arts and culture ecosystem in that city. So I think it's just a great example of sometimes when something sudden hits, you have an ability to adjust. And as I said to my colleague at the Vancouver Symphony, who does a great job running it, is the fact that the organization was small and nimble allowed it to make that shift. It was, the Oregon Symphony, which is a much larger organization, never could kind of make that shift. It took somebody in a speedboat to be able to just go, we're going to go do this right away. So it's a wonderful case study of how you can shift quickly when you have to. Next slide. So let's talk about hurricanes. This is my favorite cartoon from the New Yorker, and it says, if you can't see it, we need to rethink our strategy of hoping the internet will just go away. I actually have a funny personal connection to that. The cartoonist is a guy named Tom Toro, and a friend of mine called me up a few months ago and said, my friend Tom Toro, I said, lives in Portland, and he's giving a book talk at Powell's. Would you interview him? So I met Tom, and I didn't know this was a cartoon, and I said, let me tell you about my favorite cartoon from the New Yorker, and I use it in presentations all the time. He says, that's my cartoon. So as a gift, he sent me the original, and I have it hanging up in my office now, which was really cool. So we have seen this digital hurricane of the change in the world due to the internet for a very long time. And I thought it would be kind of fun to take you back to the very dawn of my career to see how long ago we could start to see some of this stuff become possible. So what I've got in our next thing here is a video from 1981 from a TV station in San Francisco. Let's turn it on and watch.
Imagine, if you will, sitting down to your morning coffee, turning on your home computer to read the day's newspaper. Well, it's not as far-fetched as it may seem. In fact, both local San Francisco papers are investing a lot of money to try and get a service just like that started. Science editor Steve Newman reports on one person already using the brand new system.
17 stories up in his fashionable North Beach apartment, Richard Halloran is calling a local number that will connect him with a computer in Columbus, Ohio. Meanwhile, across town, in this less than fashionable cubbyhole at the San Francisco Examiner, these editors are programming today's copy of the paper into that same Ohio computer. When the telephone connection between these two terminals is made, the newest form of electronic journalism lights up Mr. Halloran's television with just about everything the Examiner prints in its regular edition. That is, with the exception of pictures, ads, and the comics. 8 newspapers around the country are currently in the computer network, and within the next few weeks, 3 others will join in.
This is an experiment. We're trying to figure out what it's going to mean to us as editors and reporters and what it means to the home user. And we're not in it to make money. We're probably not going to lose a lot, but we aren't going to make much either.
Both the Examiner and Chronicle began service within the last 2 weeks and printed full-page ads about it. Of the estimated 2,000 to 3,000 home computer owners in the Bay Area, the Chronicle reports over 500 have responded by sending back coupons. Even though the electronic newspaper isn't as spiffy looking as the ads imply, people using the system are excited about its potential.
With this system, we have the option not only of seeing the newspaper on the screen, but also optionally we can copy it. So anything we're interested in, we could go back in again and copy it onto paper and save it, which I think is the future of the type of interrogation an individual will give to the newspapers.
This is only the first step in newspapers by computer. Engineers now predict the day will come when we get all our newspapers and magazines by home computer, but that's a few years off. So for the moment at least, this fellow isn't worried about being out of a job. Steve Newman, News Center 4.
Well, it takes over 2 hours to receive the entire text of the newspaper over the phone, and with an hourly use charge of $5, the new telepaper won't be much competition for the 20-cent street edition.
If they only knew. I love that. We're not going to make any money, but we're hopefully not going to lose a lot. They lost it all, frankly. And what I love is Mr. O'Halloran is not exactly what you would expect as an early adopter, is he? And for those students here, that red thing he was doing, that was a telephone with a rotary thing. But what I love about that is it shows you how far out you can start to see things. And you look at that and you go, no graphics, no comics, takes 2 hours to load it. That's not going anywhere, right? It just took 30, 40 years for that to come to fruition. So next slide. So that's me. My friend Bob Kalin, who is here, had that picture and showed it to me, but I had it already, Bob. Media has actually changed more than I have in the 45 years that I've been involved. And really what has happened is we have gone from a mode of an environment of scarcity to abundance for consumers. When I started, there were a handful of channels and radio stations, and that was it. And now it's coming in on your phone. We have seen an unbundling of creation and distribution. And what I mean by that is in 1980 or 81, if you wanted to create video or create an audio product and distribute it, you had to have a radio station or a TV station. You don't need any of that today. There's been a market failure in newspapers. I hate to tell the San Francisco Chronicle of 1981 that their business model was effectively destroyed, and newspapers are now trying to figure out how are they going to survive in an era without print. We've also seen a rise in social media, which is changing many things, and we are now on the dawn of artificial intelligence, which I find both exciting and terrifying at the same time. Next slide. So, how did it start and how's it going? So, as I said, a few radio and TV stations. Back in 1980, there was no way to time shift content at all. You were limited to what we would feed you from a radio or a TV station. The first video cassette recorder came out around 1983 or so. They were very expensive. Most of them were blinking 12, 12, 12, 12 because people didn't know how to program them. The interfaces were complicated. Mobile was, or audio was mobile, but not video. And some of us of a certain age will remember transistor radios. But there were portable radios, or you had audio, you had radio in your car. You couldn't do that with video. There was no way to do that. There were geographic defined monopolies that were effectively granted by the government in the form of TV and radio licenses. And if you had one of those, it wasn't just a license to broadcast, it was a license to print money because there was so little competition. Production equipment was scarce and equipment, and even if you had it, you couldn't distribute it. And back then, the distribution part of broadcasting was really what was making the money. That was driving the business. And most of it was advertiser supported. So how's it going now? We have unlimited choices. I mean, just through these phones and, we've got YouTube, we've got so much out there now. It first started with cable television and it's expanded way beyond that. You can now watch and listen whenever you want. You are not subject to when we as programmers are going to send you something. Everything is mobile. Geographic defined monopolies have weakened. Some of that has weakened because of all these other ways of distributing content, but I would also say that the consolidation of media, starting with radio, has kind of homogenized media across the country. It's much more like McDonald's and local radio than it used to be. There used to be very, kind of stark differences between markets, which was interesting. Now it's all kind of the same. Now, you got all the production tools you need in this phone. Everything you need is in this phone. And it's kind of better than what we had back then. And now it's content that's driving the business. Distribution is kind of a commodity business now. If you're in the middle between the content creator and the consumer, lots of luck to you because it's not going to work out very well. Next slide. So let me just talk a little bit about public media in this kind of hurricane of change. I had to do this week with students, and this doesn't look like there are many students here, so I probably can assume that most of you know what I'm talking about. I would get somewhat blank looks when I'd say public media students, and they'd be like, and I'd say Sesame Street, and they'd go, oh, now I know what you're talking about. What we're talking about here are locally based nonprofit enterprises that operate radio and television stations. This is a very local enterprise. It actually started locally on land-grant universities in the 1920s. The Haydn and Handel Society is 210 years old. They're older than my organization, OPB, but OPB is 103 years old because it started as a radio station in 1923. They operate on non-commercial educational licenses granted by the FCC. They've got very differing governance models. Some are owned and operated by state governments, which is kind of interesting and not always great. Some are operated by universities. If you go 55 miles that way to Penn State, they operate a radio and television operation that they are actually going to be divesting themselves of. And some are community nonprofit organizations. Operating revenues can vary pretty greatly. Some of these organizations are very small, maybe $100,000 or $200,000 in revenue. They might have a lot of volunteers doing the work, up to fairly huge organizations that OPB was about a $55 million a year operation. There's some in the 150 to 200 range, not a lot, but they do scale fairly large. Hundreds of employees rather than dozens or single digits. And as I said before, this is the kind of nonprofit enterprise that is competing in markets that is dominated by huge corporations. And the difference between public media in the United States and, say, a Paramount or a Warner Brothers Discovery, it's like this much to, it's incredible. We are dealing with a massive disruption of the ecosystem, as we just talked about, while also having been hit with an asteroid of the defunding of public broadcasting through the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Next slide. I'm not going to dwell on the government funding, but I just thought I would throw this in there because there might be questions. So The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which was created in 1967, took the federal appropriation and by a formula that was determined in 1967 and never changed, would distribute the funding. So last year, the last funding we got was $535 million. That is about 20% of the aggregate funding of the ecosystem. The funds mostly go to local stations and local organizations, the vast majority, and at the local level, it could be anywhere from as low as maybe 5% of their funding to near 100%. There are some operations on like Native American reservations, rural Alaska, and other places where literally the government funding was not just the majority, but just about every dollar they got. It is a very deeply interconnected ecosystem, so as we start to try and figure out what is going to happen next, it's difficult because some are going to do okay, some are not going to do okay, but the interconnections are hard to figure out what are the impacts at the whole ecosystem level. And this obviously makes transformation even more urgent. And I would say some are doing some really good work in that area and have been for a while, and many are kind of woefully behind. And I think the asteroid is going to be at least a wake-up call, but my worry is that for some it's probably too late. Next slide. As I was preparing for this, I found a really fun, interesting concept that was created in 2001 by Clara Miller. I don't know who she was, but she's very smart, from the Nonprofit Finance Fund, called the Iron Triangle, and they apply this to nonprofit organizations. And the notion is that you've got a shape in an equilateral triangle that I'm going to defer to Charles and Aaron on this. This is the most stable geographic shape. Is that correct? Okay, good. I'm getting a nod. I'm getting a nod there, so that's good. The notion being that each of these sides has to be equal, and that if you change one side of it, the other sides have to adjust as well. So mission, pretty clear cut. It's the larger stated purpose of your organization, the programs or the activities in support of the mission. So for example, OPB's mission is to connect people across Oregon and the Pacific Northwest through the power of a shared story. They do that through news coverage. They do that through arts programming. They do that through any number of things. So the broader mission and the programming. Organizational capacity is what are the resources that are available to operate the business, the people, the systems, the processes. How do you run your business? And then your capital structure is financial assets, liabilities, fixed assets, reserves, all of that other stuff that is so important. So the notion here is you change one side of it and you have to change the others. And I would say for the last 10 years of my time at OPB, we were working very diligently on all sides of it. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the things we did and a few of the things that I think we could have done better. But what we found in Oregon, kind of going back to our newspaper model, is that somewhere around 2008 or 9, it occurred to me that there was this crisis in newspapers that was coming. And when I got to OPB, I thought I was going to run a very strong, well-respected radio and television network that covered the region. I never thought that I was going there to run and create the region's largest news operation. And it was not ever part of what I thought we would be. I really thought that we would always be the place you would tune to tomorrow to find out what happened today, instead of an organization that was really going to be in the midst of things. The Oregonian really went through a tough time. When I got there, there were 250 journalists there. I think now it's somewhere in the high 30s or 40s. So things have really, and they're doing better than most. Many have been sold, many have been decimated. Pittsburgh is losing the Pittsburgh Press-Gazette. They're going out of business. So this is what's happening around the country. We decided early on to start investing, and so we did. So next slide. How did we work on mission and programs? Well, First thing we did was we focused on our uniqueness. And the uniqueness we found was that people in our region love Oregon. They love the Pacific Northwest. They wanted to see that reflected in the center of our mission. Much less interested in us being seen as a PBS station or an NPR station, although that's all part of the product that we offer. I would go out and talk about, projects with people and what they'd want to talk, and thought they might want to talk about the national TV shows we were producing. Go out and say, hey, we produced this show called Time Team. And they'd say, oh, that's great. We want to talk about Oregon Field Guide or the art show we're doing or the news coverage we're doing. Very quickly clued in on that. So by default, we really became the center of the news ecosystem, and we built very slowly. Added a few people here, got a grant, was able to, after the grant run out, keep people on and just keep incrementally moving forward. Journalism became our driving force, which I think has paid off. I just saw something today in trade publications. Neiman, the Neiman Center at Harvard University, which studies journalism, wrote an article about public radio web statistics, website visits in the last quarter of 2025. And it was based on what's happening in Minneapolis and the great work that Minnesota Public Radio, which is a fabulous organization, is doing. And obviously they're doing really well. OPB came in at number 3 in terms of the number of website visitors for public radio across the country. Now this is a market, Minnesota, not a huge market. Portland, not a huge market. But it goes to show you that if you are showing up in the moment when these things happen and you've got to focus on local news, there's an audience there. Not sure how to monetize it, but we know the audience is there. The other thing we did was we had a very large national television production business that was there when I got there. I think actually the reason I was hired was because I had experience in that business at WGBH in Boston, which does a lot of it. And I was very skeptical that OPB was actually, that it wasn't losing a lot of money, and it turned out that it was. So we just kind of phased out of it, said the action is local, we don't need this national stuff, let somebody else do that. And then we focused on basically a dual transformation, which is being better at broadcast so that we can invest more in the things that are going to bring us to the future. We couldn't just avoid or ignore broadcast. We still, today, have large and loyal audiences there, but they are dropping off, and particularly in television, very, very quickly. So mine them when you have them, and then invest in the future. And what we found through this was there was a very nice virtual cycle that got created. More local content, more audience, more revenue, more local content, more revenue, more audience, more revenue, and it just kind of repeated itself. Next slide. Organizational capacity. This is a tough one. And if I were to say where I did not pay enough attention, it was here. And part of it was we were trying to move very expeditiously. We were trying to take advantage of the opportunity. We wanted to capture the attention of donors to kind of help us invest more in journalistic efforts, that we ended up having to transform the entire organization. We needed a new tech stack because all of our technical equipment was really kind of based in the broadcast world. We had a homemade content management system, which is what feeds out news content on the web. We needed to replace all of it. So we had a backlog of projects. We had to upgrade our facility. We had moved from having 15% of our staff engaged in content creation to more than 50%. We added people. The place we didn't really think about was how did we need to grow the non-revenue, non-content capacity functions to keep up. 20 more reporters means 20 more computers. It means more IT staff. It means more expense reports. It means, fortunately we had a big building, we didn't have to add to that. It means cybersecurity that we have to worry about more. The threat environment for journalism changed. We had to spend much more on security. I think when I got there, we spent like that much on security. When I left, it was about $1.5 million a year. So if I were to go back in time, I would say pay more attention to the organizational capacity, because if you are growing the mission part of it, that's where you're going to start to feel the pinches. And we did. And I learned that one the hard way. Next one, capital structure. In some ways, we lucked into a wonderful opportunity in that we started to discover fairly early on, this was probably about 2010, the power of monthly giving. And we discovered, just kind of looking at our data file, that people that were giving us monthly gifts had a far higher retention rate than those that gave irregularly or once a year. So we started to drill down on that and really focus on it, and discovered that if they were using a credit card, it was in the 80% range. If you could get them to do a bank draft, an EFT as they say, or an ACH, the retention rate was higher than 95%. So when we grew our donors from 105,000 to 150,000, it wasn't just reaching more people or bringing more people in the tent. It was that we were losing fewer of them going out the bottom. And we started to kind of perfect that as an art form. And now it's pretty much the standard in many organizations, but it took us a long time to get there. Many organizations find that hard to do because of cash flow. That if you don't have any cash reserves and all of a sudden you're asking somebody to take their $120 gift and give it to you $10 a month over a year rather than $120 now, if you're short of cash, that's going to be a problem. But if you have cash reserves, that's a place where you can use that resource to leverage a new business model. We also were able to generate consistent operating surpluses, which was good. And finally, we did grow the reserves. I think earlier somebody was talking about planned giving. That has been an incredible thing for OPB, and I was very fortunate that my predecessor started a planned giving program about 40 years ago. And now we are seeing anywhere between $5 and $10 million a year coming in, which we put into our endowment for the most part. So that was a way to grow that. So the capital structure in some ways was the easier part of it. The tougher part was the organizational capacity. And I would just say your mileage will vary. Let me just quickly show you just kind of the revenue chart so you can kind of get a sense of what that looks like. And this only goes out to 2020. But if you see that orange part that says national production revenue, you can see how that starts to peter out. What was really interesting as we dove into that, and I had a COO at the time that was very wedded to this business. He ended up leaving, which was actually good for both of us. He got another job that was great. They kept claiming they were making money on that. And if you look at it in that 1 year, it was almost half of the organization's revenue. The problem is that if you took the revenue and you said, okay, there's $13 million of revenue coming in, if you looked at the expenses, there was at least $13 million going out in expenses. So there was literally nothing sticking to support the business. And to me, that was a really good example of what business to get out of. So we started to get out of that. You can see the growth of membership. Now the challenge is that green line that says CPB, which last year was about $5 million for OPB. From what I understand, they've already made it back through donations, which is great. That's good for this year. We'll see how it goes in future years. So let me just sum up with a couple of observations about innovation in uncertain times. I was wondering whether I should say uncertain times, because it's like, uncertain times now is like every time. It's like, I keep thinking, it's like, I can look backwards and say it was less uncertain then, but I'm not sure that's true. But I do think the pace of change is going much, much quicker now. And we are starting to see more of these asteroids that are coming out in terms of changes in government policy, shutting down the Kennedy Center. We all got to be prepared for anything. So my first bit of advice is look for those faint signs of change that are on the horizon. And to me, that video from 1981 is such a great example, is that, you could just see it there. It was wrong. It was like, no, you're not going to print stuff out on paper and save it, right? Nobody can conceive of cloud computing. Nobody could conceive of the internet really being there and beyond dial-up. But if you could kind of sit there and go, well, what would happen if that got faster? What would happen, and the newspaper industry, by the way, totally screwed it up when they started to give their content away for free. They destroyed their own business model pretty effectively. So look as far out as you can, and if you see something like that, start asking what if. And AI is a good one on that one. I would also say identify and invest in your organization's uniqueness. That came up this morning, and somebody said something about, we invest in what makes us unique. I think that's exactly right, because there is so much competition in the nonprofit space, you can kind of fall into the trap of being like everybody else. I'd say create reserves in good times to be used in bad times if you can. Sometimes that's hard because you're growing, but that's where having a strategy is good. But I would also say in bad times, it's best to use those reserves to transition from one state to another more sustainable state. And I think for many of my public media colleagues now, that is going to be their real challenge, is do they have enough margin, do they have enough reserves, do they have enough runway to make the changes that they're going to need to make now, and rather than, okay, we're just going to operate on our reserves and hope something happens. Strategic planning is also something that has changed a lot in my career. I took a strategic planning class. I remember it in graduate school at the University of Wisconsin in 1980 with a guy that had been the head of strategic planning for, I think it was like Dole or one of those fruit companies. And it was this elaborate process that went on for months and years and covered years. All that stuff's out the window. I loved a thing that Elizabeth Moss Cantor, who is a Harvard business professor, said. And she talked about strategic planning being like improvisational theater. And I think that's such a great thing, which is like you have to be in the moment. And okay, I'm going to give you a theme, and now we got to kind of react and act out together. And so many things are coming at us, we can't plan in the way we did before. We used to do things at OPB we call a strategic framework, where we would call out the themes that we would, kind of follow, but it didn't get down into the depth of the operational stuff because we found that the second you did that, it was obsolete. So think about this as improvisational theater. I'd also say begin change before you must. That's one of my concerns in public media, is that many have been resisting it and now they have to. And finally, be comfortable being uncomfortable. Be comfortable being uncomfortable, which is where I think the world is today. With that, I would be happy to take any questions in the couple of minutes we have, or if we need a bathroom or coffee break, we can do that. But thank you so much. It's been great to be here with you.
Thank you, Steve. That was excellent. Do we have any questions from the audience? I think a lot of folks in the room who are in higher ed would look at that slide that you just had on and say, yep, just about the same. Any questions for Steve? Yes, Meg.
Thank you, that was great. I was looking at the 1981 thing, and I'm sure you've had some time to think about it, and I'd love to hear where you think media is going based on kind of that look back.
Media is harder for me to see. I mean, I think there are so many problems now in the media business, and really the way they're trying to solve the problems is by getting bigger. So there's more consolidation. I will tell you a couple of predictions for what they're worth. I suspect that within the next, oh God, I hate to put years on it, I think we are heading towards the broadcast television business just going away. I think at some point the government's going to look at that and say there's so few people using it, we're just going to wipe it out. I also think in terms of public media, and I talked about this in a talk the other day, is public media has had two different eras. There was kind of the era before CPB, when things were very local and it was a radio station here and a radio station there. It was very locally focused. Then it became more national and kind of national network-like. I think this era we're entering is going to be more like the first. That I think those that succeed are going to be focused very intensely on local communities or regions with things like local news coverage or cultural expression or civic information, that a business model based on leasing programs from national sources that you can get on other places is not going to hold up. So I think we're going to have more of an ecosystem of independent-minded, locally focused organizations. What we need to figure out is what is going to hold them together. How do we find common cause to create technology that supports this new ecosystem? These are all the things we have to figure out, but I think that's where public media is heading.
Thank you. So we are, I think, out of time because we need to do a stage switch. So if everyone could take, let's keep it at that approximately 5-ish minutes, and we'll return back and we'll have our next panel. The long day that it is, but thank you so much. Also, just get up and stretch if you haven't stood for a while. Thank you, Steve. Welcome back, everyone. We're just about to get our 2 p.m. session started. Let everyone take their seats. So our next panel is on, I'm sorry, I should have introduced myself. Hello, everyone. I'm Erin Jablonski. I'm the director for the Parasailing Gegna Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And Emily has been our lovely host so far today. She is the faculty fellow for the arts in the center. And this is her house, right? This is where she shines. This is where she performed last night. And I think she did an amazing job introducing the whole point of having a gathering like this, and also talking about, after each session, as we reflect on the highlights, we're hearing a lot of the same sentiment. It's about relationships, it's about following your passion, it's about having a purpose, but it's also about constantly being scrappy. It's about leveraging the connections that you have so that you can have great collaborations and partnerships that sort of a rising tide lifts all boats environment. And I know that there are a lot of nonprofits, arts and otherwise, that often find themselves in duress because funding landscapes change, because consumer preferences change, your competitors, whoever they may be, change, but you have to respond. And one of the ways that you get advice if you are on the staff of a nonprofit is through your board. And one of the things that boards rely on is excellent executive directors that are always paying attention to what is going on in that particular, you wouldn't say industry necessarily, but that sector of nonprofit activity. And before I get this panel started, I do want to introduce Kayla DeSmit. So I first met Kayla in the summer of 2016. Abby and I met her in the Bison because we were about to start a children's museum, and we could not believe that from a tiny little town just near Lewisburg in the middle of Pennsylvania, there was someone who had the education in museum studies, who had had this incredible experience at Gracie Mansion, who was already volunteering at another children's museum, had also this educational bent to her background. She had all the things, right? She had all the qualities, and she was willing to be there from the start, before we could even afford to pay her. Even our early fundraising efforts were so that we could compensate Kayla for the work that she was doing to really get the Children's Museum going. She eventually became the executive director, and she saw it through COVID and all the things that went along with COVID for anyone who was in the space at that time. Whether it was enrolling in paycheck protection plans or getting forgivable loans or designing entire experiences for children that had to happen on Zoom. So you had museum without walls. Wow. She did an amazing job with social media. I think she's seen it all. I really do, because of that experience growing from the startup through COVID and then getting the incredible job that she has today that I'll let her tell you about. So I want to welcome Kayla as our moderator, and we have an excellent set of panelists, a mix of alumni and trustees and local organizations represented, and I'll let Kayla take it away.
Erin. I like to tell people that becoming executive director during COVID was my baptism by fire, because it really was. But thank you all for joining us today to discuss nonprofit governance. Governance can seem sort of abstract and very technical. I think sometimes it conjures up these ideas of Robert's rules and motions and procedures, but it shows up in very real human moments, when there is disagreement, when tough decisions have to be made, when organizations are facing mounting pressure. So today we're focusing on what good governance looks like across nonprofits of all sizes. But before we dive in, I'm going to have our panelists here briefly introduce themselves. I'll go first, but you're just going to give your name, role, organization, and then if one sentence or very briefly, if you can describe one key governance principle you try to live by when thinking about how boards and leadership work together. My name, as Erin said, is Kayla DeSmit. I'm the Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Association of Museums. We support museum and cultural organization professionals through professional development, advocacy work, and peer learning opportunities in our Mid-Atlantic region, which for us is New York, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, DC. I think I got all 6 of them. And I believe that a strong guiding principle for good governance often stems from clear and transparent communication between the board and the leadership, so there's no surprises, and so that decisions can be made collaboratively rather than reactively to situations. So Paul, if you want to go next.
Good afternoon. Paul Muir. I'm the Executive Director of External Affairs of the Morris Museum in Morristown, New Jersey. We like to say the region's premier engine of curiosity and wonderment. I'm pushing my region a little bit, leaving the New York metro region here in Lewisburg. When you said collaboration, I was thinking, a little bit of partnership on those key overarching governance items like strategy and finance. So having a strong partnership between the executive leadership and your board members is one thing that I rely upon quite a bit.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Wilson, and I'm the president and CEO of the First Community Foundation Partnership of Pennsylvania. We are headquartered in Williamsport, just down the road, FCFP for short. And from my perspective, I was a little more granular when I was thinking about this. I think some of the most important things in governance are actually staying true to those governing documents that you have, focusing on things like mission and your board composition, board term limits, and then also certainly not how just your board is performing, but also making sure that there is an active way that you are actually evaluating performance at your executive leadership level. I think those are really important key governance items.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emily Connors-Henry. I am the Director of Advancement and Marketing at Valley Youth House. We are an organization serving young people experiencing homelessness, foster care, and other vulnerable situations. I am on our nominating committee as a staff liaison. I also am the secretary of the board and head of the nominating committee for the Delaware and Lehigh National Historic Corridor, which is my, my passion project on the side as well.
Hi, I'm Barbara O'Connor. I'm an 89 grad and a parent of a recent grad. I had my career in finance, but ever since I semi-retired, I've been much more active in nonprofit boards. I serve on actually 5 nonprofit boards, including actually now, this is my first year as a Bucknell trustee, but the Boston NPR affiliate, WBUR, which Steve's talk was really interesting, and I'm the chair of a board that focuses on preventing domestic violence and domestic violence homicide, among a couple of other boards as well. And when I think about my governing principle, or what I always bear in mind, it really relates to what you said, Kayla, and it's really that trust and transparency, and that really is a two-way street in order to have that strong relationship.
Thank you. To get us grounded, I thought we'd start by talking what good governance looks like in the day-to-day. So to start us, what would good governance look like in practice, not necessarily on paper, and can you share a brief example from your own experience?
So for our organization, it really does look at board composition, as was mentioned. So really taking a look at right from the get, who is passionate about your mission. Mission first is something that we always are talking about. Who has the energy and enthusiasm about the work that you're doing? And then looking at the board composition, not only in terms of diversity in demographics, but diversity in thought and skill set and industry, and really being particular and looking at all of your board members and also the needs of your organization, and really being reflective and real with what your needs are and how you can tap into community support and passion, enthusiasm, and volunteerism to really work together to support your mission and your goals.
I think the one thing I would add to that is around the lines of having those governing documents like committee charters and bylaws, and not just viewing them as something that sits on a shelf. The same could be said for a strategic plan, and I think there was a reference to more real-time strategy, but those types of things are very important for your organization because they are your guide rails, really. And I think any good executive leadership team needs to understand what the governing
goals of the organization are, and then their job to execute them.
In addition to working in nonprofit, currently sit on 2 boards and chaired a previous nonprofit board, and I've rebuilt 2 of those boards, and currently at the Marsh Museum we're, I'm not saying rebuild, but building our board. And I think understanding the mission and then finding the skill sets that can help you get to that next step. So, there's the traditional matrix of balancing geography, gender, race, but really understanding then what the strategy is to get to where you need to go and who can bring that skill to your board is key. And we've been more strategic in making that outreach. And then even relying upon current board members and being very honest with them that they may be lacking that skill, but who do they know within their sphere to help us get there?
The only thing I would add, and this is more of a tactical answer, but role clarity is so incredibly important. I agree with everything all of you said, but sometimes where the ambiguity comes in is when it's not clear, roles aren't clear. And that can be when you're telling the board members how to engage with your pre-read and what is the way you're going to ask them to engage with that material in the meeting. Are they going to approve or vote on something? Are you asking them for a consultation? Or are you just informing them so they can be advocates? That's very important because then board members can come prepared and not feel like you're wasting their time. Additionally, you go back to the governing documents, but it's in those gray areas between strategy setting and operational execution that a lot of grayness exists, and it can create stress. And so having the mechanism and the tools to work through those situations and be clear and really talk about what's each party's role in this decision, I think really can help stave off confusion and problems down the road.
Barbara's reading over my shoulder because the next thing we were going to talk about was challenges of understanding nonprofit roles, either when sometimes boards are too involved or perhaps not enough involved. So in your experience, what's the most common lines that boards cross? And that could be either overstepping, underengaging, et cetera. And how do you correct it as an organization when it happens?
So I have this, so I'll start. So I saw examples on a couple of different directions in this in my years on boards. One was actually during COVID, and it was a situation, and I'm sure every organization grappled with this. It was a moment where you had to pivot, and you had to pivot quickly. And often what seemed like maybe an operational pivot was actually much more of a strategic example. Steve gave a beautiful example this in the last session about the symphony, on how they really changed their business model, and that had long-term ramifications. I was sitting there thinking, oh, I wonder what role the board had in that. I was on the board of a K through 12 private school at the time, and not the chair at that time, but our head of school reacted to COVID. He did a great job, but he went through his decision-making process with no board input at all. And those decisions made, again, he did a very good job, but they had lasting ramifications on the strategy and the future of the organization. There should have been board input. There should have been board conversation. And backing up became very hard for future decisions, and then reintroducing the appropriate role of the board. But you have to do it, and you have to work through those conversations. In that same organization, and this is particularly difficult when you have members of your board who are also constituents in some other way for the institution, it's very tempting for parents sitting on a K through 12 private school board, for example, to have a very strong opinion about educational programming happening in that school, completely inappropriate. And then as the chair, you have to just take them apart and remind them of their role and how we need to keep our eye on the future, and we let the admin team worry about running the school in those decisions.
I would take a look at your committee structures, your committee membership, how many board members are sitting on each, how many committees they're sitting on just as themselves. Are they overtapped? Are they not being utilized enough? A lot of times, passionate individuals can get enthusiastic about the mission, and I think it's the role of the executive team and the executive director to be able to identify what the passions are of that individual and how they can be best utilized within the organization. And so not being afraid to restructure someone's committee roles and committee membership to best fit their interests, their time, their energy, but also of the best interests of the organization. And sometimes it's pulling off committees entirely, and maybe there's special projects on the side that this person can totally own and take on for themselves that is maybe not, is outside of the structure, is new and something the organization hadn't thought about or doesn't fit within the mold and the hierarchy and all of the formalized structure, but maybe there's new ways to engage very passionate volunteers.
I think as an organization, we do a lot of grant making, so we have our own governance, but we're also looking at the governance of organizations that we provide funding to. And what I have seen over the years is I think that the organizations that have really strong regulations or guidelines around board service, always ensuring that there are new voices coming into the room and having those term limits. It might be that somebody goes off and they can come back on, but you do have people that get extremely passionate and they can be wonderful advocates and supporters of the organization, but you tend to see then sometimes other voices in the room go a little more silent. And I think two things, those board terms help do that, but also having strong board leadership, your chair and your vice chair, being able to engage conversation and control the conversation is really important, as opposed to it always being a staff member who has to point that out.
Yeah, as where I was kind of go, I'll dovetail on that. You know, being both a staff member and then also board president, you know, I think my executive directors that I work with are a little fortunate because I understand both sides, and I'll step in as board president to help establish those barriers and protections. And you know, it's interesting. So, like I said, sometimes board members are very passionate and kind of go into that volunteer role, and you need to step in and talk to them about what a board role really is. You know, at the Marsh Museum we're working on, we just completed a campus master plan, and what we actually did was created a small executive group on that with our board president, myself, and our museum president, and then we picked 2 board members that had specific skill in that area, and we strategized on how we would present that to the board. And as you had shared, we actually made little symbols of advocacy or execution, and it made it very clear when we finally went to the full board, and we did this as a retreat preparation for them. And we just make it as clear as possible what those steps are, so that we know what the museum functional steps need to be, as well as where we're going to need the board to help us deliver on those steps.
Much to what we were talking about a little bit ago, too, there are always situations along the lines of roles. What decisions always have to remain at a board level, no matter how competent your executive team might be? What does the board have to ultimately be responsible for?
Just holding the microphone. I'll start. Well, I think there's quite a few, but I'll start with financial. I think it's very important that the board understands where the institution is, that there's honesty and clarity in that. I think we're at Bucknell here, but there's been if you study a few universities that have failed over the past few years, much smaller specialty institutions, and if you look at it, myself, I'm kind of curious and take them as case studies. It's really, I would blame the board, but it's board failure. It's like, how would you not know this? And there was also some lack of clarity from the professional staff there in how they handled those finances. And so it comes down to, for me, the start is finance.
Yeah, and I think in addition to, there are certain things that your staff should not have the ability to change. And so, there are budgets certainly that the board should be approving every year and of what the dollars are going to be, how they're going to be utilized, but also things like your bylaws, particularly your investment and spending policy for those that have endowments. That is something that the staff just should not have the ability to make any of those kind of changes. And I do think, strategy is probably one of the grayer areas, but I agree with the comment. I think strategy that is set with your board and your administrative leadership team, if you provide those guide rails and you know what your core values are as an organization, and those core values are set by your board, then as a staff person, it's much clearer for you to be able to operate and know what kinds of projects are good for you in the community versus what doesn't really line up.
I would agree with everything that's been said thus far. I think that communication with the entire staff to know what the role is of the board members and what they do and do not have control to change or not change is really important, so that everybody is on that clear role page. I think that asking the right questions, the board members their responsibility is to ask the hard-hitting questions, the strategic questions, the questions that might not have been asked before, questions that might be from different angles because maybe they're a little bit farther removed from the day-to-day work. And I think that's a real responsibility of board members to be those critical thinkers and coming in and then asking the questions of very capable staff members. But that, I think, opens up a lot of really transformative conversations.
Yeah, we had actually a consultant come into one of my nonprofit boards, and we talked through this, and they said a good rule of thumb is boards have to think about where's the organization in 100 years, and is it still going to be living into its mission? And the CEO of the organization or the director is thinking about how do I operate today and this year and next year. So anything that has a long-lasting impact on your ability to serve your mission or your reputation, that's just a rule of thumb. The board should be involved.
That helps us shift actually from structure, how our boards should operate, to the people aspect, the people who serve on our boards and how they hold themselves accountable. So I just read an article that was about a famous museum that had a also famous board member who hadn't come for like the last, I don't know how many years of board meetings. And it got me thinking, what qualities, matter more than prestige or maybe even professional expertise when you're recruiting your board members?
I actually think this is an area that shifted a lot in the last maybe 20 years. It used to be that you would just take your largest donors and you put them on the board and you'd give them report outs 4 times a year and everything would be fine. But the bar is much higher for boards now, and you have to pay more attention, and there's more facing these nonprofits, and so you have to be more involved. And it's not okay. As a board chair, I always felt it was my obligation to hold the individual members accountable. You had to set norms and expectations, and then you had to actively have conversations when members were not living into that. And sometimes that's what is the hurdle? Why are we making this difficult for you? What can we do differently? And sometimes it's like you got to really think about, do you still have capacity to serve in this function? But from a quality perspective, I think curiosity is incredibly important. An ability to listen deeply, and I think someone mentioned this earlier, align with the mission of the organization are really the 3 qualities that matter, maybe even more than being a large donor for the organization.
Yeah, absolutely, mission alignment. What came to mind for me was emotional intelligence. So being able to recognize within yourself how you communicate, how you understand, but then also having the pulse on how other people connect and communicate. I think that a lot of that gray area can be hopefully lessened and solved in that way, should people be in tune with themselves and others and the dynamics that are in the room. So that I think when you have essentially one big group project, you are really connecting in a meaningful way that's going to be productive.
Yeah, I think engagement. I mean, that is essentially what we're saying, and I liked what you said about the qualities you're looking for more so than just the donor, 100%, and holding people accountable to that level of engagement, which can be hard to do. But again, utilizing your board leadership, from my perspective, is having somebody really strong at the top. And in our organization, we're very transparent about attendance and who is coming, and I don't know that all organizations are, but it's pretty clear to people who's stepped up and who maybe hasn't been, and they kind of monitor themselves, I think, better that way.
I shared about rebuilding boards. So for the past 5 years, I've been board president of Preservation New Jersey, which is our historic preservation advocacy group in New Jersey, and we work with our state offices as well as independent historic commissions. And when I joined the board, I was the first non-architect planner. But yet the mission of the organization really shifted from education to advocacy, because that's what we needed in New Jersey with development pressures that we're facing now. And so the board needed to shift as well, and it was an interesting transition to make that fact clear to board members and make that transition. And I think now I might have one planner on my board, and the rest are, at the time, I was the director of a large historic museum, and so others are practitioners, users of these sites. And even a developer now at this point, oddly enough. Those were the people that we thought we would be fighting, but we were finding somebody that's sympathetic when we look at adaptive reuse. So I think being aware of how you can better the organization and look for those next steps to get you to that 100 years.
If we can back up, one of the things that Jennifer was talking about was, holding the board members accountable, which can often be very tricky. Has anybody experienced a specific example that they can share of how that realistically played out, and what types of things should organizations have in place so when those situations do arise, because inevitably at some point through your organizational history they will, how do you address them?
I'll share, and it's interesting because we weren't necessarily all in order, but this goes back to what you've been saying about having your committees and committee charters and your bylaws in place. I had the unfortunate, the very first board I was on, I was not 25, but I was 35 when I joined my first board, and by the time I was, I think I was 39 or 40, I was the board president and had to remove a board member for a variety of reasons. And having a set of bylaws in place and an understanding of what those roles are and why they were in violation of that and why they were not good for the organization, despite funding that they were providing, made that less detrimental than it could have been for that board.
I think having those roles and responsibilities ahead of time, it's something that you share early on when someone joins your organization, typically a signed document that they're sort of accepting, and there are things in there that say these are kind of the expectations. And then when they're not being met, having that conversation. And also being willing to, as an organization, things will come up, things will happen, and that you didn't anticipate. And so sometimes requiring you to change that document and what that looks like. Because you learn from different situations.
Yeah, sure. So I think also sometimes you can be surprised with their answers if you're having a conversation with them. Sometimes they were expecting that conversation to happen, or maybe it was a relief to have a conversation about what was working, what was not working. And then if there is that open and transparent dialogue, maybe there's a better fit. Maybe there's a special event committee or a different project, or they may be able to make connections elsewhere through their network that really could be beneficial. So if there is a situation where board members have to have their role changed or removed, sometimes there can be really positive outcomes, and there could be new ways that they could get involved, and it could be a respectful, positive exit that will continue that relationship even after their board service has terminated.
Yeah, and we, in one board, we created like a trustee emeritus type of role, because we had a board member who was very important to the institution for a really long time, given a lot of money, but never once attended a meeting. And they didn't want to attend meetings in person. So we're like, they're very important, but how can we work, to your point, work around them to make them still feel valued and important to the institution without really ignoring the fact that we have norms and we expect our board members to show up at meetings. We had a tricky situation last year, and I'm sure many nonprofits had very difficult conversations last year when the federal funding was going to be dried up. And we had to have conversations about what, if anything, do we do in this moment? Is there, this nonprofit relies heavily on federal grants. Is there any way we need to shift our public-facing message in order to make sure we're still able to provide services to our constituents for years to come? It was a very, very, very difficult board conversation. In fact, it was more than one. But we had a board member who was very passionate, and many of us felt very strongly, but did so in a way that was shaming and judging of other board members' opinions. And you have to take them aside and say, completely want to hear your passion, and you must recognize we all love this institution. We all want to do the best for this institution, and you have to give room for other judgments.
I was just going to I'd like to be proactive, so this unfortunately happens. But I think, if you can set some expectations, as you had shared, so, oftentimes most boards have now adopted, a trustee agreement, and, I have boards that I'm on, I have my board members sign them every year at their renewal. You have conversations now when boards join. And then I love committees, and I'll give a shout out to Bucknell, because I was my fraternity's president and relied on the committee system back then and carry it with me to all of my boards now for efficiency. I pride myself on very efficient, complete board meetings because of my committees. But the committees are an excellent tool to invite in community members that are, of course, potential board members, and see how they can interact and work, and you get to work with them before you make that ask, and it's highly effective.
To that point, that's why also a regular review of bylaws is so helpful, because that ensures that you already have your plan in place when situations like this arise, because undoubtedly it's usually outlined somewhere. And to Emily's point too, as you were talking, I was thinking, capacity matters not just for your volunteers and your staff, but it also matters for your board members. And the majority of the time, it is not because people don't want to support your organizations, because they have a finite number of hours in a day and time and commitment, and recognizing that and being able to take a step back and talk it out with them and help them, that emotional empathy you were talking about for board members, it works for staff too, in your communications with your boards. We kind of hit on this, but I wanted to shift to how governance is often tested the most when there is pressure. It can be financial, it can be ethical, hopefully that doesn't happen very often, it can be legal. How should boards respond when values, finances, legal obligations all collide? I was even thinking about the recent shifts in federal funding priorities and how nonprofits think about aligning their public values with financial realities. Can you all speak to that?
I think you must center your mission and your vision in those moments and come back to them frequently. And you have to think through your various constituents and just work through that process of what is the impact of the possible decisions we can make on each. And then again, with that fiduciary hat of thinking about the long-term viability of the organization, just do the best you can. And it's really hard, and it is happening increasingly often these days.
I liked when Steve mentioned earlier a quote from Winston Churchill, "Don't let a good crisis go to waste." I think being reflective on your organization's history, what challenges have been in the past, how you've overcome them, what you've learned from them, and can possibly take away into a new challenge. Board members should be leaning in and becoming more engaged when there are choppy waters, and asking questions about how can I help, what are your challenges, really asking great questions in order to be the most helpful, and recognizing what is in the organization's control and what is outside of the organization's control, so that they can be thoughtful about the strategy recommendations or what conversations they are having with staff and executive leadership around how challenges are going to be addressed. So I think that they need to be also really talking about maybe the future. And so speaking specifically to funding challenges, okay, well, what can we control around diversification of funds? And is the entire board giving? Let's talk about that. We're talking about funding challenges, and let's talk about what our expectations are for the board. Or let's talk about an endowment campaign. Well, if we're talking about that, is everybody on board with that? And so having those conversations and really leading with the mission, leading with core values, and also compassion.
Well, I think COVID is the perfect example of a time when many nonprofits had to think quickly and make changes. And I do think that being adaptable obviously was very important. You saw that with success, and those that were more successful. And size certainly does help that. But I also think good governance helped that as well. I think that the organizations that had a good governance structure who, again, knew what their mission was, knew what their values were, knew what their primary goals were able to adapt. The staff was able to adapt much quicker, excuse me. And having that already in place at the time of a crisis, I think, is key. And I had an example recently where I, as the leader, had to take a somewhat unexpected leave, and I was away for a very extended period of time. And it was certainly something I had a little time to prepare for my team, but it was really interesting to see the way that my board engaged with the other executive leadership team at our organization. And there'd be a whole conversation about that. But again, knowing what our values were, knowing what our real-time strategy was, they were already in a position to be able to continue to execute and strive towards our vision as an organization.
I'd say this is the time for the board members to prove why they're board members. I've had the fortune of largely working in the museum world and the nonprofit, so my board members typically choose to join because they're excited about history or art or the theater that we happen to have. But the reason we chose them as a board member is because they've proven that they've successfully strategized in their corporate or professional lives or with other significant organizations. And so that's the time that they need to set aside a little bit of that passion of why they joined the organization, and that strategy and that success that we chose them for doesn't get checked at the door. It has to come into the conference room and the boardroom at that point to get us through that period.
As we kind of shift here a little bit towards wrapping up, I was curious what you have found to be one good governance habit or practice that has had a positive impact on your organization. Paul, you had mentioned about inviting possible board members to join your committees first. That's something that my organization has done well, and it has really allowed everybody to have an opportunity to find out if this is a good fit, not us for them and them for us. So what are other examples of good governance practice, either in recruitment or the way that you all collaborate together that has been successful for your orgs?
I'll stand with my answer.
It was a good one.
I touched on it earlier. I think for me, I immediately think of performance evaluation. I don't think it's something that all organizations do well. And I think it's really important for the board to be in a position to have a structure to collect feedback and share that feedback with the executive director of the organization. Most often, we are certainly evaluating performance for everyone else that works at the organization. I don't think nonprofits always give the leader that same courtesy. I'm fortunate that mine does. And we do it annually, and I think it's only fair. I do it with my staff annually, and so, but when I talk to other nonprofits and when I've volunteered on other boards, I've come to see that not every board does that.
Something that I think is really effective is board member stewardship. So what is happening between the meetings and not just in the four walls of the conference room, but rather what natural touch points can exist for board members to feel connected to the mission and how they can not necessarily create more work for an employee necessarily to create something, but rather what is already going on in the organization that may be a good fit for them to sit in on or participate in. And so looking at the program side of things as well, and so that board members can get a sense of the day's operations and also get to know staff members. And then I think all of that helps in those meetings, and so they feel not only more connected but more knowledgeable and in turn more passionate.
Yeah, I would say that I've touched on most of this, but it's really just clarity, and it comes in a couple of different forms. It's clarity on how you expect your members to engage with the materials, what's the role they're going to have in the decision. It's clarity on your expectations of them, whether that's their giving level or their attendance. And it's clarity in those roles between the board and the admin team. And clarity in your bylaws. I've been on a couple of nonprofits where when I got there, there were no terms, and there was no term for the board chair. And you gotta make sure it's clear to everybody what they're signing up for, and then just follow it.
I think we're at a point where we could open up for some questions. If anybody has, I can run it too, Erin. I do this all the time.
Does anybody have any questions for this panel? Let's see any. Yes, okay.
Thank you. Guess I need these. So my question is about liability. It's the thing. It's hard to talk about, but my understanding is boards are liable, and you need directors and officers liability insurance. Small, innovative nonprofits, I feel, struggle with that because directors and officers liability insurance is often cost prohibitive. So, and then there's the other questions of who's on the board and how comfortable do they feel with that amount of liability, and then you have staff, and they're doing all the operations, and the volunteers are carrying all of the liability. So it's just a general question about how you feel about liability. What have you come across with the liability question, especially when it deals with small nonprofits who are struggling to do something innovative but may not have that protection that maybe larger nonprofits do?
I guess that's a real issue, because I think it was very hard for board members to take on the role. It's one of the questions most board members asked when they are asked to serve on a board. Do you have officers and directors liability insurance? And I'm on one of the nonprofits I'm on is very small, and they have a very small operating budget. Most of the time they don't actually break even, and yet they have a policy. I'm wondering, and this is something I've seen in certainly healthcare, if there's any kind of market for nonprofits to come together and get group coverage to solve that issue. It's something I've seen in other areas of insurance where you can join a collective almost, but yeah, I think that's really difficult. The other alternative would be if each board member had their own umbrella policy, but again, that's asking kind of a lot of your board members. I don't know if anyone has a better answer.
I guess I would say that this kind of could take us into a whole nother conversation around the number of nonprofits that we have, not just in our region, but in our country. And there are lots of nonprofits that are doing similar work. I think there's lots of opportunities for collaboration, and maybe even in some cases that other word like consolidation, where bringing resources together of like-minded organizations. That's one of the ways, in my opinion, every nonprofit with a board of directors and certainly a paid staff should have liability insurance for officers and directors.
Yeah, this isn't an answer for any. You mentioned that it's an innovative organization, so if it's something that's really unique and you can't consolidate, then I think that's where you're going. But I may throw out. I did see this once. There was a small nonprofit, and they were within a social space, but it was a new take on how they were approaching it, and they went to a larger national nonprofit and were able to get covered as kind of a chapter of what that was through their insurance. And so it was a little bit of a collaboration, but unique situation, not always easily applicable to everybody.
If I could just, and I would also add, that's a great point, and even thinking about things like fiscal sponsors at other organizations and being a supporting org of another organization. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a complete merger, but having another entity that can provide some of that coverage.
I hate to throw in my own question, but I believe there's probably a few people in here who are familiar with that concept of having a sponsoring organization that can help a smaller nonprofit. And sometimes the sponsoring organization is reluctant if the board is not, if there hasn't been a history of that thing existing. So you have a real chicken and egg problem, right? You can't prove yourself out until you feel comfortable operating, and you can't comfortably operate until you have the liability coverage or a sponsoring organization to help you out with everything that's related to the legal and fiduciary responsibilities. So I would say it's a tough spot, but there are more incubators for nonprofits now than I think there ever have been. They are responding to this. I don't think that we have that yet in this region necessarily, but depending on the particular issue your nonprofit is addressing, there may be a national one that offers that. It's like a sort of virtual incubator model. Sorry, anybody else have a question?
All right, so just to wrap up, and we're trying to think futuristically, into the future, visionarily, how should norms or expectations about nonprofit boards evolve to meet the challenges that are coming towards us?
There's so many, I think, from what we've all heard today and from our keynote is being prepared for the unexpected. And then finding the right skill sets, I think is going to be more and more critical when you're looking at board composition so that you can address those changes as quickly. And then also not just address them, but hopefully start to predict them based on what's going on within whatever sector you're in.
I think just from an evolution standpoint, we can see some examples of the way that maybe we've even changed with virtual meetings, which has increased in a lot of ways for our organization, and I know others, board member participation. Our numbers, I think, if I looked pre-COVID versus now, because of the use of virtual platforms, our engagement has been much stronger. We still have requirements and have some in-person meetings, but we have utilized that technology. I don't know the answer to it, but I think AI is going to be another area that will certainly impact nonprofit organizations, and not necessarily just like a governance structure, but there will be questions that I don't think we even know that we're going to be asking ourselves in 5 years, maybe even sooner.
What comes to me for future engagement for board members is increased collaboration. So not only internally with each other and the staff, but also externally as well. Organizations don't live in silos. A lot of times their clients, participants, staff are all engaged in working with other organizations collaboratively. Maybe there's referral sources or partnerships. So looking at those and really leveraging them, and also being open with your board members about talking about what other relationships and partnerships and collaborations that they are working on. Many board members are sitting on other boards and involved in other organizations or have other interest areas as well. So looking to the future, it's going to become ever more important to collaborate with each other and also with those outside of your organization.
I think it's really just continued focus on being nimble as a board. Sometimes nonprofits are seen as and especially boards, as very slow to move, and the world is changing quickly, and boards have to be able to react quickly.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have our time to take a human break for just about 10 minutes. Our final panel for today is nonprofit founders and their stories. And so we'll be setting that up, and we'll see you back here at 3 o'clock. lovely. You just wait. Oh, it's out there. It's okay. Everyone knows who you are. Oh, no, we're good. All right, so this is the last session of the day, and we are very aware of that, but we're also a lively bunch, and we have some great founder stories for you. So to set the stage, each of these folks has been deeply involved in founding a nonprofit, myself included, and that means sort of soup to nuts, right? It's the idea, it's gathering people around your idea, it's gathering resources, including your own and your families, and it's getting a lot of folks invested in the vision that you have for something that's going to make a positive impact in your community, in your state, in the country, in the world. And I think we have everything from the very local to the very global up here on the stage. So the first thing that I'm going to do is ask each person to introduce themselves. First, give maybe some prior experience or other nonprofit experience, and then tell the story of the nonprofit that they were part of the founding story of. So I think actually we'll start with Kathy, if you don't mind.
I usually speak loud enough that everyone can hear me, and actually the members of the university board who are here know this, but I am on the Bucknell board, and I'm really happy to be here and thrilled to be on the board. So I think I'm an accidental entrepreneur, to be honest, because I did not set out as my goal in life to start a nonprofit or really to start anything. My previous career was as a lawyer, and I worked in big organizations, and it was the opposite of entrepreneurial. Yeah. Anyway, when I decided to change direction, I went through the usual 1 or 2 year period of trying different things, being disillusioned, not knowing what I wanted to do. And I realized when I was thinking about this topic, Erin, that I've actually been involved in founding 2 organizations. And somewhat ironically, the first one was a consulting firm, US-based, that worked with nonprofit organizations to help them scale. And our whole philosophy was that the good ideas already exist. We don't need more nonprofits. We don't need more, innovative ideas. We have plenty of ideas that work well. We know they work. They're just not getting out there to serve the people or the places that need these ideas. So I was doing that for 6 or 7 years as the chair. I helped them start because, again, using lawyer skills, applying for tax-exempt status, et cetera, and the next thing I knew, I was chair. But the organization I'm running now, I sort of overlapped for a while with Spring Impact, which was the scaling organization. And it works in global health, and specifically it is addressing the only cancer in the world that we know how to eliminate, but the elimination is not happening, and it disproportionately affects women, and that is a cancer caused by a virus, cervical cancer. The virus is HPV. So I was a volunteer with a very large NGO working in India on a very, very successful project that one of the states there took over. And it was like an out-of-the-park victory because we were able to take a small pilot, prove concept, get the attention of the state health ministry, and then they took it over and scaled it out, right? That's what you want to see with a nonprofit. But that was it. It was one state in a really big country, and the rest of the world, including parts of this country, were not addressing the issue. So what I saw was an opportunity. I think I was a little naive about how I could address that gap, but that's when I started Together for Health with some former colleagues from the large NGO. I'm a big advocate for fiscal sponsorship. I think that was mentioned in the last panel, because when you're small, you just can't have the back office support that you need. And so we are very happy, 7 years on, to still be fiscally sponsored by an organization that focuses on women's health, primarily. We are a small team, we're a distributed team, we live in different places in the country, and we spend a lot of time overseas and in the United States in certain regions. So that's us. Happy to talk more about the issues of young nonprofits, but that's the background.
So we're sharing background about us and about the nonprofit itself, or?
Exactly. Your name, then your story, and then your
Got it. Okay. I'm Charles Kim. I'm a faculty member in mechanical engineering. Actually, my background is technically in medical device innovation, which has nothing to do with what I'm talking about today. I've been part of a faith community for the last 5 years, where our primary ministry is to people in recovery from drugs and alcohol addiction. And we saw have experienced a major problem when people are coming out of rehab and out of prison, where they can't find meaningful work. We have folks who are coming into our rehabilitation, it is a recovery house, a clean, sober living facility where they're very, very happy and thriving for about 2 months until the toll of working 60-hour weeks really begins to wear away. And being environments where folks are also using, and where maybe it's not the healthiest place for them to be work-wise. They end up leaving our facility and then relapsing. This has been an ongoing story over and over again. So my wife and I were walking one day, just lamenting the story after story of it happening over and over again, and said to ourselves, well, why don't we do something about it? So when you say that question of, well, why don't we do something about it, I guess it opens up the floodgates, but it also ends up being a very scary place to be. And what we decided to do was start a nonprofit where we would create work opportunities for people while also providing wraparound training. That is life skills training in emotional intelligence or financial literacy. To support all this, though, was folks would be working in fee-for-service enterprises. I feel a little bit underqualified here insofar as we have formed, we have legal status, but we have not yet started operations. And we're hoping to start operations in about May of this year with our first fee-for-service enterprise as we build up our team.
Well, I'm Judy Grizel, and I feel very underqualified. I'm just starting a nonprofit that really is getting off the ground since last fall. I'm a professor in psychology and neuroscience here, and my research area is addiction, and I've studied addiction for, sometimes I say since I was about 12. First, kind of on the streets, and then I got clean and sober in my early 20s, and I became a scientist because I thought this is how I'm gonna understand my problem and maybe be able to use. So it was kind of not motivated by the best stuff, but it was a good substitute for me, science and graduate school eventually. And so I've had this career in molecular genetics and pharmacology, looking at mouse brains and human brains and trying to understand what's going on. And like Charles, but from the other end, I guess, it's been really frustrating to see, despite my hard work and thousands of other really dedicated, smart scientists, we haven't gotten very far. So I think that's the background for me, and I was, I liked my job, I'm happy here, but I think I began to get really frustrated, and the question was sort of, what can I do about the fact that chances of dying of addiction are higher today than they were when I got clean in 1986, and we've done all this research, we have all these resources, and it's worse than it's ever been. And having an inkling about why that is, was really hard. And I think there are two basic reasons. One, we now understand it is mostly a developmental disorder. 90% of people who have a problem with drugs and alcohol and go on to sort of derail their lives begin before they're 18, which is the time when they're likely to begin for lots of sort of good and not so good reasons. And then increasingly they're trying to, well, they have better access to very high potency chemicals than I had when in the 70s. And they also are full of angst. So they're stressed and anxious, and it feels good to have some way to escape that temporarily, even if the long-term consequences, are, not evident for a while, but you're digging a hole. So there was that, and I think my core values are, well, I don't know if it's my core values, but sort of who I am in my bones is I'm a scientist, and I really care about kids. And so seeing this motivated me to address that giant gap between what scientists think they understand about addiction and what the people who need that information understand about addiction. So I started with a donor who, out of the blue, I think you saw a TED Talk or something, reached out and said, "How can I help you?" And so anyway, long story, but I won't make it long now. I'm working with teams of students who are volunteering, and some of them get paid in the summer, and we are digesting the science one empirical paper at a time, which is kind of close to my heart, for social media. And they are putting up posts on Instagram and TikTok and all the other things with help to share the true facts. So my organization is called True Drugs, and I have trueweed.org is where we started. So you could find that on the web, but all the content is created for young people, by young people. Most of them are at Bucknell, but one of them's in Turkey, one of them's in Nigeria, one of them's in Switzerland, one of them's in Houston. So they could be, one of them's in British Columbia. So they could be anywhere, and if I had more time. So I have big plans to grow, and this was amazing for me. All the stuff I learned, I have about 3 pages of notes, so thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Abby Golden-Luthi. I'm class of 2005. I work in strategic philanthropy programs here at the university. I'm very involved in the local community organizations, including the school organizations, which is incredibly fulfilling because I get to kind of be adjacent to the things that my children are doing. And speaking of children, I think the reason why I'm up here is because I am the co-founder of the Lewisburg Children's Museum, and my co-founder is the lovely Erin Jablonski next to me. Some of you may be familiar with our story. The museum started with a text message while Erin was at a different museum with my son, who is her son's best friend. But maybe the part that made me say yes so quickly was, I remember my first children's museum experience was at the Strong in Rochester, New York, which is huge if you've ever been there. They just put on a $4 million addition to their already beautiful museum, and I was pregnant with my 4th child, taking a break on a bench while my husband was with the other 3 toddling around, and I looked around and I said, I think we could do this in Lewisburg. Why isn't there something closer? Why isn't there something like this? We had what's called the Well, which the children could jump around at. Of course, programming at the local library, but we didn't have the thing. And I think, fast forward 2 years, so when Erin sent that text message, the reason why I said yes so quickly is because I agreed we needed this. We needed it for our community, for our kids, for the pregnant moms who just needed a break on a bench. And so that happened in January of 2016. We just celebrated our 10-year anniversary. Yes. And we started the feasibility study the following month, formed our board the month after that, the March after that, and just jumped right in, and we are not museum people. Is Rick Reinhardt here? I don't think he is. But he gave me a lovely compliment the other day. We had a meeting about strategizing about his funding priorities. And I said, I'm not a museum person. And he said, Abby, you are a museum person. I was like, I guess I kind of am. But that's kind of how I feel about our experience. We weren't, we were entrepreneurs by accident. Well, not Erin. Erin was born that way, but I was. How wonderful it was to be a part of that process with her, with people who believed in us before we even had a space. For those of you who don't know, we repurposed 9,000 square feet of an old high school. And when we started, it was still a high school. So we were, selling a dream to people. But it all worked out due to good planning, good people, a lot of energy. And we opened the museum doors in September 2017. And it is just a wonderful gem of an addition to our community. We're so proud of it. Our children are growing now, but it's a staple of our community, and we're incredibly proud of it and love to see it thrive.
Thank you.
Do you want to add anything?
I actually think something that you heard across everyone is you're either an accidental entrepreneur or you feel very unqualified to do this, right? So my background is engineering by training. I had some business experience. It wasn't my first time doing an LLC or, doing articles of agreement or organization or bylaws. But what was interesting is I filled out that paperwork to get your, nonprofit status, and then you just cross your fingers and hope you provided enough that that'll be granted to you. But I really want to key on this because most entrepreneurs will say something like, I always knew I wanted to do something, and then the opportunity presented itself. And for each of you, it was something where you saw that that's the thing I think I can push on a little bit, and I will be able to have an impact. So tell us about how why you addressed this a little bit, but the belief in being able to have that impact. And then the other piece of it is, was there a time when you thought, oh, this might not move no matter how hard I push? So I don't know if you want to start in opposite order on that one.
Well, our situation was very unique because there was an old school building that needed to be repurposed. And so most nonprofits don't start with the perfect space. And we kind of knew that if we were going to do it, we needed to do it at this time, and that we would have the space that we needed. There was I don't know if our community saw it as a need at the time. I think anyone who has it a part of their lives would say, oh my gosh, I can't imagine a time when the Children's Museum wasn't here to fill this gap. But we certainly, as parents, saw a gap and also an opportunity to do something better, right? Erin was at a place that it's a lovely place, but we saw opportunities to take best practice and bring it to our little spot and heighten some of the things that were already happening in our community, again, and give people a space to go. It's going to be like -25 tomorrow? The museum is going to be packed. And so, yeah, it was unique in that we just had this perfect timing. I was on break professionally from work because I had little ones just running around, and there was a perfect space, and we saw a gap, and Erin drew up a perfect business plan, and we knew that we could make it happen, and so we just kind of did.
I'll be quick because I said a little bit about this, but the thing I didn't say so much that I think really spurred it on, because this has been, a long-standing concern of mine, is the growing problem with science. And so as a scientist, I was so discouraged by the idea that, there were no facts, or facts weren't relevant, or data didn't kind of rise to the top of anything. And I think, that's a problem maybe with all kinds of domains, including climate or infectious disease, but my little domain I could do something about. I know the science. I know it matters to the, 22 kids in my pharmacology class. So I thought, how do I give that information more broadly? And I also wrote a book about, 8 years ago or 10 years ago or whatever it is, and 7, I guess, seems like 10. But and it was partly to reach people. And then I realized kids don't read books too much unless they're assigned, and then even then. So going to social media, it's a little hilarious if you know me because I am completely inept. So the students are really guiding me. Here's your account, here's what you do. But I think it's mostly what you said, it's the need. We all said that, yeah, there's something that needs to be done, and maybe I can be somebody who contributes.
So maybe taking this in a bit of a different direction, telling a little bit more of my story. So I guess facetiously I said I'm a professor of mechanical engineering, which I actually am. But the other part of my life is I help my wife run a business. So since 2016, she's a dentist, we run the practice. I do back-end operations for the business, like bookkeeping, all very reluctantly, actually. It was like, wait, we can't trust a bookkeeper, so that means I have to do it. And, oh, by the way, we have to think about marketing. Okay, I guess I'll do that. And then it became, oh, our staff really needs to be trained over COVID. I guess I'll do that too. And now every Wednesday at noon, I'm training our staff over Zoom. So I'm like, well, I began to look at things through a business lens, if you will, where it's like, okay, coaching, I think I can do it. Back in operations, not to say that I could do it, but I know what's involved in that. And I realized that, where do most of these nonprofits, at least the small ones that I've seen, really fall apart? It is that you have somebody that has to do all of that in addition to doing the purpose-based stuff, the mission-based stuff, what Steve was talking about earlier, that organizational capacity. And I felt like, well, actually, that's kind of where a part of my strong suit is. At the same time, I began leading 12-step groups and mentoring people and helping people to navigate their lives and realize that, oh my goodness, some people are really well surrounded by their family. Some people are really well surrounded by people who really love them, and some people aren't. And what can you do to help scaffold their experience? And that's where I felt like, oh, this is what we can do. We can help to provide that scaffolding in a very intentional and structured way so that they have not just their next step, but they're helped with how to make those steps. And realize that looking at my own experience, my parents put me through college. I knew that I was going to go to graduate school. I knew the steps that it would take to be successful in life. But if I were in some of these other folks' situations, I would probably be in the same place that they are. And when we finally recognize that to be true, and we say, well, what did it take, not to become me, but to succeed in life, maybe we can provide that for folks in a very intentional way. So I'm still at a point where I'm like, I don't know if this is going to work. I asked Erin about this because I knew she had applied to be a nonprofit, 501c3, and then a charity and PA. And I reached a point where I was talking to some friends, and I was like, well, telling them about the vision, the mission, and they're like, oh, let's write you a check. I'm like, oh, this is great. And thinking that, and really the 501c3 application will go through by the tax, everything will be just fine. And then November ran around, and the federal government was closed. I was like, oh, shoot.
Give the check back.
So literally on November 10th, I sent a text to my friend saying, I am so sorry. Can I write a check back to you? And it was like the most embarrassing thing ever. I felt like I was doing the walk of shame on my text, And she's like, oh yeah, totally. Just let us know, maybe it's for next tax year. Over Thanksgiving, I checked my mail, and I get a notice from the IRS saying, this is your declaration. You're actually officially a 501c3. And it was dated November 11th. I was like, oh, I guess it's not so bad. The other thing, so we're thinking about starting a contracting business because I've been mentoring a guy for about 2.5 years, and he has got experience in general contracting. We have some jobs lined up, and this is going to be great. I think we can actually make business. This is going to be fantastic. Our first idea was actually to start an auto repair shop, because at our church we have a garage that is open with two lifts, and it made perfect sense. We had a guy who was a master mechanic who was living in our house, and he was doing really, really well. It was fantastic. And this is the vision I shared. And it's like, oh yeah, the overhead on this is not too high. We can actually bring in some significant revenue. Just the guy decided to leave the house, decided to take his own will back. And thankfully, he hasn't relapsed yet. And I hope he never does. But we realized, this might not be the right person. And I had been in conversations, this is answering your second question, conversations with a lot of local business owners, because the idea is that we train people for 12 to 15 months so they can enter into the regular workforce. We don't want them to stay with us. We want to bring in the next generation of people and apprentice them. So I had spoken with a local car dealer who was like, oh yeah, it'd be great. We can partner with you. Maybe we can have some internships. We have a couple extra lifts. And I was like, this is fantastic. This is going really great. And then this guy leaves the house. And I was like, oh no, this is not good. So I've been, again, like, I don't want to have this phone call with this guy because I'm going to look like an idiot. Like I put myself out there. Right? We put ourselves out there, and I'm going to look like an idiot. And I get on the phone with him, and he's like, oh, Charles, it's totally fine. I mean, it's people. And then he turns around, and I don't think I've told you this story. So he turns around and he says, Charles, we've been thinking about starting a training school in Northumberland for mechanics, because we're short of mechanics, and we'd love to partner with you. I'm like, oh, this conversation is going in a different direction than I thought it was. And we're thinking about opening in about 12 to 15 months. And in fact, we want to give you the facility. And I was like, what? That's like, with all the equipment there too. I mean, we have no ink on paper, so don't quote me on this. But it's those moments, I think, that sometimes where you think things are just going to fail, but you have to take a calculated risk. And this is where I'm thinking a lot about what Steve was saying earlier. You stick with the mission. You get the stuff, capital-wise in place. You start to think about the operations you need to put in place, and the donors will come. The people will come if you cast enough of a good vision that will make a difference in people's lives. So that's what I'm going with right now. Talk to me tomorrow, it might be different.
Okay.
You, sir, are a serial entrepreneur, clearly. I don't know why you said you weren't qualified. And I just want to say one thing to you, Judy, right? One of the things that you are doing that I applaud you for, that I try to beat into my staff's head. I work with public health people. They have all the knowledge, their communication skills. And so we've had to hire outside of our team at my just forcing this to get good messaging, I hate to use the word youthful, but young, appealing messaging to the people we're trying to reach. So what you're doing is genius, and social media is the way to do it. So the question was why? You said why, right?
Why?
As I listen to my fellow panelists, I feel like everybody here has a sense of humility, which I love, in the sense of, as you said, we had these certain things that helped us to get where we are now, and not everyone does. And in the particular situation I'm addressing, hundreds of thousands of people are dying from this nationwide, and it shouldn't, globally, sorry, I misspoke, and it shouldn't be happening. And so the ultimate reason, and this sounds bad, but I'm being truthful, the ultimate reason that I wanted to start this work is because I was mad. I just felt angry that we know what causes this problem, we know how to address it. The WHO has said we can get rid of this from the globe, and we're not doing it. So, and I have spent a lot of time with these women overseas. I have seen what the ones who succumb to this disease go through, and it's not something any of us want to have happen to us. Yes, we have had moments where, oh no, sorry, hang on. Yes, we have had moments where we thought, this just isn't gonna work, and I will tell you one example. We had a $1.2 million grant, we thought, from a corporate donor. Now, we weren't going, there was no branding opportunity for them. They sought us out to give us this money to work in a particular location in the US to get preteen girls vaccinated. And so we were gearing up to do this. We were investing in staff. There's a warning here with corporate donors. So this all sort of came about in May or June. We got a call in November from people we had never dealt with before at this particular extremely large pharmaceutical company. And they said, well, we've had a change in our philanthropic strategy, and we're not going to be able to fund this year. And I cannot tell you how bad we all felt. And we felt like we were done. We were not done. They did not do to us what we deserved. But donors can be fickle. I think corporate donors in particular can be fickle. And I think we just have to kind of roll with the punches. But we thought we didn't know if we were going to be able to stay open. And to your point, we decided let's just hang in there for one more year. Yeah, we ran a deficit, but Kathy can cover it. Not $1 million, but enough to cover the staff time that we had devoted to getting this thing, getting prepared to execute on the grant. And some money came in from places we did not expect. We got some anonymous donations, we got some individual donations, and it really encouraged us to keep going. But I will say during that 6-month time, we really refined our message. We refined the work we were doing. We decided, okay, we need to focus more. We need to look at what has been successful. And as much as we like these other things, we need to let them go. Mm-hmm. And it was the right decision, but I guess like to Steve's point, was born out of, if not an emergency, a depression. So.
I want to share something that that resonated with me. So something that happened to Abby and I. So in the original plans for the museum, we were supposed to get into our space in November, and we had all of these fantastic contractors lined up because their winter is the slow time, and they were going to help us out, and they were friends, and give us a great deal or free, all these sorts of things. There was an issue with the deed. There were a couple of other issues that held up the actual sale of the building, that held up the people who became our landlords. So we had to sit and sort of, we did design and we kept ourselves busy, but we had to sit. And when you even have a pause at the start of any venture, nonprofit or otherwise, investors or donors get concerned that this may not happen. And so we got to February, and we were doing well. We got into the building. We got some nice press that, we were making things happen. We got a little thin in about May or June, right? It was about May or June. We didn't have an address yet. And it turns out that a donor we didn't know, someone we'd never met or approached, had sent us a check, and that's all it was in the envelope. It was like a check and a tiny note. And it was $10,000, and that was enough to get us through the next few weeks of construction. And we sat on that filthy floor that was halfway done, and we cried because we were so close, right? We were at a very thin moment. And it wasn't the only moment like that, right? That the only moment of, is this really going to happen? But every startup, nonprofit or otherwise, has that moment. But I think in a nonprofit, because what you're selling is a belief, faith, warm fuzzies, that can be the thing that really hangs it up. So, but there's other stories. There's other ways that we turn that upside down into something, right? Turn that front upside down. Turn that upside down into something that we can leverage to attract new investment. And so I think each of you has a story overcoming the issue and getting to that next step. And maybe that's just an introduction and the money may come later. But I know Abby has one, at least following that.
What would you like me to say?
When we did
When we do
all the founding members, and like so many people turned out.
Yeah, so I think when Erin crunched the numbers, she basically gave me a fundraising goal, and I went out and I started fundraising. And we knew, I think part of the reason why I cried at the $10,000 check is because I knew this was going to be accomplished through small donations, honestly, and sponsorships. And we couldn't do sponsorships because we were still knocking down walls and dusty and under construction. But the founding members was our strategy to really move the needle. And that is going to sound very small to some of you, but it was founding member plaques at $1,000 each. But we knew that we had calculated the families, right? Because we basically know everyone in town. So we had calculated how many founding memberships we needed to help us reach our goal. And so we did that, and we were able to do that in the hallway. So if you're ever in the main hallway of the museum and you look at those rectangle plaques, you will see the tiny little plaques in addition to the big sponsorships from the beloved organizations in our community that are so giving. That really got us to where we needed to be. But back to something, it's interesting that Aaron felt that we were thin. I don't know that we've ever talked about that. Sure, it was frustrating that we couldn't get into the building and it felt like a roadblock, but it also gave me the time to educate myself on what I needed to be, because I kind of went into this not knowing how to run a museum. I was not a fundraiser, which is very surprising to some of you because I work in fundraising at Bucknell University now. And so I took that time. We'd never designed a tree or a slide or anything, any kind of exhibit that children can play on. And so I used that time to educate myself on the things that I didn't know how we could be successful and sustainable and really make sure that this was something worth going to when we had the time to do the construction and hop on board. Is that what you wanted me to say about founding memberships?
I think the point is, yes, there are times I want to give other people. Yeah, no, it was. I want to give other people the opportunity to talk about that, like these sparkling moments, these tough moments. It's a startup. It's a startup, no matter if it's a nonprofit or a for-profit venture. You're in it right now.
Yes, I'm very much in it right now, and what I'm hearing, and I think somebody said it. I think Steve said a little bit about this too, but it's not that I was looking for another job. It was that there's something that needs to be done. And honestly, I don't really mostly know what I'm doing. So I think seeing the problem though and committing to responding to that and being open to that, so learning a lot is really helpful. I think for me, Charles kind of said it, but I don't know if it's the big donor for me says, if you have a need and you articulate it, then and you're committed, the solution will come. Which doesn't sound too scientific to me, but it does seem to be a way to go. And I think someone else says the enlightenment happens at the crest of the wave. I think being an entrepreneur and running a nonprofit is not for people who can't take risk or who don't want to work hard. I mean, I think my husband says I'm in my 60s, and he's like, "You've never worked so hard," and I'm a pretty hard worker, and I'm tired, but I'm also on fire because it needs to be done. And I think it's interesting that the problems we're talking about, maybe not a local museum, but you could educate me. But I think the three of us have these massive problems. I mean, people getting out of prison and not having jobs, cancer around the world, addiction around the world, which, by the way, kills 10,000 people every day. They're huge. And I think it's just we start where we are and kind of, I feel like I'm a responder more than a director.
I think it's funny that you call me a serial entrepreneur, but I'll go with that today. The stereotype of an entrepreneur is that you're always moving, you're always moving, you're always moving, and I think that what I'm learning, especially this year, is to embrace the delay. It's like you hit a wall, and you embrace that wall. And you might move that wall, you might find a way around the wall, but sometimes you just need to say, okay, that wall is there for a reason, and I'm gonna be okay with that. And I don't know if it's because in our other business, we hit walls all the time. And it's like, it's an employee, or it is COVID, and we need to shut down for 8 weeks, and we've never done that before. And for the first time ever, like, I'm afraid that we're not gonna be able to pay our bills until we got the PPP. You know, it's that where it's like, oh, it actually turned up on the upside in that situation 5 years ago, so why can't I trust that it's gonna be okay now? Like, and one of the things that we embrace in our business, the dental business, is like, if we just do the right thing, we never need to worry about making money. If you just do the right thing, you'll be fine. Now you gotta be wise, okay? You gotta hold but if you just do the right thing, you'll be okay. And that's what I'm learning now, that it's okay that we keep on getting pushed back. Because I initially it was like, October. Like, you're such an idiot. No way, October. It's like February, it's already February. And when I say May, it's like, yeah, I kind of hope. But you know what, maybe I can just say it's gonna happen when it's gonna happen and be okay with that, and continue to raise support and continue to raise, not just money support, but people support. And this is what I love about the nonprofit. I love that I can take my faith life and bring it out to public in this way, because you can see that, we're actually just trying to help people. We're trying to have an impact. And I think this is something that we all share. Like, I want to cry when I hear what's happening in both of these arenas. But that's why we do this. And if we just do the right thing, it'll be okay, time-wise.
I feel encouraged.
So.
Oh, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what to
I
say.
thought you could keep going with, yeah. Okay, the question was, what was the moment? Or what were the moments? So I didn't think about this until you asked the question, Aaron. So during this time when we were so depressed, a woman I know from a very, very large NGO said to me, well, when you go to Skoll this year, the Skoll Forum, it's this big invitation-only global development it's not a conference, it's a forum, that's what they call it, and it's every year in Oxford. And so she said, well, when you go this year, you need to ask for help. And there was a cohort of women who this woman sort of helped organize, and she said, I'm gonna organize a dinner, and you need to tell them what happened, and you need to ask for help. And I realized I don't like asking for help. When I was at Bucknell, I didn't like asking for help. I don't like asking for help, and she forced me into it, and all I did was tell the story. I didn't say, and please, can you help? You kind of have to do that I know, I'm just bad at it, and I feel bad about being bad at it, but, and they stepped up and said, well, I'll give $15,000, I'll give $30,000, and they all stepped up. It's still hard, it's hard for me to even talk about it because I don't like getting help, but it was a moment that these people who are not particularly engaged in this sector generally were willing to help based on, I guess, me and what I was saying. The other moments, I think when you're in startup mode, which we've been in longer than we should.
That's true for everyone.
Yeah. Any pat on the back, it's like you almost live for it, because I think it can feel like we're working in a void, and is anybody watching? Does anybody know? And then people will say things to us, randomly, people in the industry, people working in similar nonprofits, people in Congress. We did government affairs work there. The work you're doing is so good. Make a donation. But I'm working on that part. So, the people do notice the work, and I forget that fact all the time. And I think we just have to remember it.
Well, do you have some other comment?
No.
Okay. I do want to wrap us up. Before we get to our last question, I'll remind everyone that we're having a reception at the Campus Theater at 4 o'clock, where we're also going to have remarks from many of our other community partners in this space. And I think that's really important because everyone is sort of trying to pull us forward. There were so many comments throughout today about this. We're purpose-driven, we're mission-driven. There's something just like really pushing us into this work, regardless of how taxing it is on our personal lives and how much of our personal finances and time and maybe time away from our family we're giving to it. And so I don't know that I'll be a nonprofit founder again in my life, but I've got time. It could happen. But it was tough. It was tough. And so when people ask advice, I do try to share some wisdom. But I want to invite each of you to share just a piece of wisdom to do it and how.
I think the most important thing for me and my role, my co-founder's role was very different because we, delegated tasks, but it was really important for me to start building relationships and also partnerships. And there's leverage in that, but also understand the importance of reciprocity, how important both universities were to us, but also we recognized that if we could create experiences for students to come and do some work and help us, we were also giving them experiential learning, and that was part of their informal education. Someone mentioned informal education today. And so we were always paying attention to partnerships where we were giving something back, and now that we're in a place that we can give something back, we continue to be community-minded in that way. Along with that, one of my philanthropic mentors is here today, Jennifer Wilson, and I will still say that one of the smartest things that we ever did was engage with the local community foundation and with Raise the Region. Because Raise the Region gave us this platform that we did not have to promote ourselves. It gave me valuable experience and tools to market us and learn how to leverage our social media and how to talk about and storytell. And also it allowed us to reach all these donors that we didn't have, or engage the donors that we did have in a different way. And so that timing was just perfect for us. And I will always appreciate it as someone who wasn't great at fundraising at the time. Having that platform to kind of boost us when we were starting up was really great. So relationships, partnerships, and giving back when you can, I guess, is my best advice.
Okay. Oh gosh. Yeah, we're going in this order. I kind of echoing that a little bit. I think I love collaboration. I like to ask for help. I don't like to ask for money. I'm trying to get better at that, which is very hard. But I do feel like I have been all ears. I see the problem. I think I have a way to impact that, but I don't think I know the right way to do it. So I'm really listening to students, to people in recovery, to people like Steve and Aaron and all of the people who spoke earlier today. And I guess I'm just trying to pay attention to both the need, my skills. I'm very eager to pull back and just do the part I know how to do and let other people do the rest. But right now I'm in the process of trying to get the seed money, to get the people, to build the board. And I think the thing that I'm not going to give advice about because I don't have it, but I'm learning it at this ripe age, is patience. I think people were talking about that. I can see it. I can see how quickly, if the world worked the way I think it should, it would be fixed, kind of like the cancer issue. But it's a real world. It's not perfect. And so I'm trying to, live long enough to have an impact.
I also don't think I have much advice, but I can say the thing that I have enjoyed the most. The thing that I've enjoyed most is actually just working with people and being able to give people a platform to share their story. The story I love hearing the most is actually the guy who I mentor who has spent a significant amount of his life in prison and in addiction and has been clean for 5 years, where he has a family now, 2 lovely kids. And he's working and he is staying on track and he's growing. And you would talk to him now and you say, there was no hope for this guy. You see a picture of him and there was no hope for this guy. And what I love about what I do is that it's not just sharing to raise money. There is a part of that, but it's advocacy. It's like getting people to see that this person who's sitting here bleeds red just like you do. And you have an opportunity to share hope with that person. And that's the part that I love about this, that we can bring the humanity back into what, it's easy to kind of put that in the gutter. It's easy to put that on the sides because, oh yeah, that's not me. But to recognize that we have a responsibility and a privilege to do that is, to me, it's just one of the most amazing things. And I'm sure that as you're sharing about cancer and the stories of women,
Oh, okay. I'm going to think of 10 things that are very wise that I could tell you after this panel is over. But I guess what I would say is that I have learned is how important it is to have your vision and your mission and stick to it when you're making decisions. Second, expect to be feeling like you don't know what you're doing. I mean, all of us have expertise in something. I mean, I made a living for decades because I knew stuff that people wanted me to pontificate about. And to be in a place where you're starting an organization and I don't have a degree in public health, so what am I doing, The feeling, you're gonna have this feeling of, what have I done? What am I doing? I'm unqualified, I'm an imposter, blah, blah, blah. And it's something you just have to get over because everybody feels that way and we forget it sometimes. So that's the advice I would give. It's also really important, I think, for the founder to stay involved. There's a point where they need to bow out, but to stay involved and to keep driving the vision, because I can't tell you how many times I've stepped back for a little while, and then I see we're sort of going in this direction and we need to course correct. And nothing big, but a lot of it's around messaging. So I think the founders just have to stay involved until the organization reaches a certain size and you can afford to have the high level, not that you're not high level, but the very professional staff that can really take over at that point.
Yeah, I agree. And that is a tough transition. I'm sure it's coming. With that, I want to thank these panelists because what we're talking about is something that struck us that we felt we needed to do in our lives. We took our time, we took our resources, and we just, your whole guts and soul wanted to go with it. And I think that's a really big deal, and I think that's true for so many types of entrepreneurs. So with that, I'm going to close this venue's part of our activities today, and we're all going to go over and have some snacks and drinks at the campus theater. So I will see you there.